Hello, chat. An interesting new matter of public record is attached. Yes. Minnesota Public Records, whoever you are, how many of you are out there, God bless you. You guys are doing the Lord's work. And yeah, I know Nick caught you. Nick kind of snuck this one under the radar today. You weren't ready for it, but hey, you delivered immediately with the thing I actually wanted to see. And that was the June 6th transcript. I was hoping this was going to be your next drop, and it's like you're on my wavelength, because yes, this is what I wanted to see. And guys, we have that. We actually have from that hearing. Now we only have part of it. We don't have the full thing. It's partially cut off, but it ends the testimony of Alecia Sweep. Remember, this is the one Nick said, oh, she committed perjury. Well, let's take a look at it. You guys can decide. Hold on, guys. There are some interesting things in here. Now, I do like this. I've already read through it. I think there's a lot for us to learn. And I think that there's a lot we can do with this, because it does show a pretty good adversarial hearing. But then there's also a lot. There's also its own fair share of yikes in it, chat. There's a good share of yikes in it. And I'm not joking when I say yikes. Like, yikes. Oh, boy. Like, stuff I can't believe. Like, this actually happened. This is actually being said. I'm really, 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 really surprised. Why is this? Where is? Let me just make sure this is here, and I got all these names blocked out. All right, chat. I just need to make sure I got all the names redacted. Like I said, you guys, a bunch, you already know who names of Nick's kids are. I just don't release them. That's just not how I roll. If you guys want to look them up on your own. With it, you must deal. So hold on here. That's why I didn't save right. All right. Well, there we go. That's why we couldn't find it. Saved under a different name. So here we go. I think we'll give a minute or two for people to catch up, but we've got it. And guys, I apologize. This is like before with these annoying, it's done as a massive JPEG, which there's not a whole lot we can do about that, but MN Records they're trying to do it all. So I'm not going to get too pissed off at them. I mean, because they went out and got it. Real quick before we can go too far again, let's take some of you guys had some comments here. Dylan Dax says, I'm shocked casinos are streaming it yet. This dropped at like 9:00, and I don't know if Worski and them are live right now, but I mean, it's a little rough. You got to catch it and read it first. Abel says, is Barnes jumping all over his transcript? Which amendments is she shielding? I don't know. James Olin says, did Nick use a glass rose? For those of you who might live in Beaver Cleaverville, a glass rose is a rose that's sold inside of a little glass vial, a little bulb on the end of it. And they sell those. And then when you want to get the rose out, you break the ends off, and well, now you have a crack pipe. You can also smoke meth with them. So, way to sell drug paraphernalia if you guys have never seen them before. Bernie Garcon asks a really good question, though. Do I use bleach to clean my countertops? No. Why would I use bleach, man? Bleach, you can kill kids with bleach. Bleach is really dangerous. I mean, I'd be better off just like watering down some like crack residue and wiping everything down, apparently, from what we've been told here. Like up in Minnesota, that's the way you clean your house. Wipe it down with crack residue, because those kids, they could get into the bleach and it could kill them. That's what killed all those kids at Sandy Hook. It wasn't a gun. It was a super soaker full of bleach. Uvalde, once again, that guy was running around with a spray bottle full of bleach, just and all those kids died. That's how dangerous bleach is, chat. Guys, I know some of you, my normal people, your thought like, why aren't we covering Richard Allen or the Young Thug stuff? Well, this is why. Once this happened, I had to recalibrate. So we'll work on that tomorrow, and we got a whole week to catch up. So I promise you, and I apologize in advance. Alex is painting a figure and got Sean going over Akeda being felt that it's a good night. Yes. Otto says, why there's so many grays here? Yeah, well. Shlomo Vile says, I hope the kids are safe too. Oh, they are. I mean, they are. The kids are with Kayla's parents, and they're taking care of those kids. I don't think there's anything wrong there. You should learn how to use Tesseract OCR. Yeah, I'm sure, but I didn't know if that would mess with this, and I didn't have a chance to get to it earlier. Nick did a live stream today. I know. I'm sure it was a barn burner of information. Nick says, Nick Fraser says, I use a glass rose for my CBD when my dabber broke. Yeah, well, you can do them that way. You could do them that way. Dylan Dax says, my grandma was addicted to bleach. I know, and that was the thing. Like, the 80s in the black community, it was the bleach epidemic. That was the true crime. You know, that's probably what the CIA did. You know, everybody likes to think they were about the crack, and it's no. It was probably, you know, Martha Stewart was consulted as part of the crack ops out there, and they're like, we're not going to use crack. We're going to use bleach. We're going to just smoke bleach and drink bleach, and that's what tore the hood apart. Bleach heads. That's how dastardly that chemical is. Who would have thought some just liquefied chlorine? Who thought it could do so much damage? Now, I'm not going to make a joke about chlorine gas because, I don't need a World War I joke in there. But yes, also, sorry, my glasses got real smudgy for a second. No one needs a salt bleach. I know. Bleach needs to be in a safe. Like my gun safe right here. Lock your bleach up, chat. Lock it up. Kat says, don't make fun of me. I didn't know those crack pipes were from those rose things. They are. I mean, although to be fair, you know, you want to make a crack pipe, like you're really gonna, you know, when you're really desperate for a crack pipe, like, you know, you take your pen apart and you got a nice old crack pipe right here. You clean it out. I mean, it depends on how bad you need to get high. Yes, Tim, we're gonna get to this. We're gonna get to this part. We're gonna get to that. T-Reese says, smelled like Pine Sol. Pine Sol's nothing wrong. Agbot Chemist says, what is NaOCl? Sodium oxychlorate? Isn't that bleach? Like, hold on here. OCl. Sodium hypochlorite. Okay. Yes, it's bleach. Okay. Chlorate or I don't know. I got close. Give me credit. Plead the Fifth says he mentioned bleach because Alecia Sweep mentioned the bleach needed to be wiped down bleach. Yeah, and it's true. That house probably needed to get cleaned stem to stern with bleach just to make sure it's disinfected. And yeah, I'm sure that there was to make sure there's no drug residue around. Yep. I totally agree. But that was the best part. Yes. And Ara Moon says I bleach everything. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. And Dry Boaks is right. Bleach can melt steel beams. And we're going to get some Clorox control. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Cat Not Williams. And guys, if you follow her for the Young Thug stuff, if you haven't, it's good stuff out there. Gifted a membership. Thanks, Cat. Otto gifted 5 memberships. Cat came back with 5 more. EDW Raptor dropped 5 more subs. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your support. And then Bad Weather Biker says the Cracky Knoll line got me the other night was fire. I was laughing about the whole the other day, the whole segue at Work Friday. Well, I'm glad you laughed. I'm glad you liked it. I mean, I kind of came up with that as I was running, so I mean, I rode the lightning for the second I had it. Boomer says, "What's with Aaron and his charges?" I don't know. I don't really know. I think it's just it's flailing. I mean, you know, it was a revenge porn, Your Honor. It's like, remember, they could file whatever they want or seek charges. The police actually have to want to do them. Yes, Zibix, the documents dropped about 9 o'clock. So that's why we did this. Clorox is a CIA cutout. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, Kiro Zerstrongle. Zerstrongle. More docs did drop today. Hold on a second. Yep. All right, guys. So we got enough people in here. Let's get started. I want to give people a chance to catch up because I know not everybody was ready to go. So here we go. Oh my God, you guys are going way too fast. All right. Did you find the big dogging your lawyer during your hearing to be a sound legal strategy, or is that too brazen a move for a rational person? No, that is never a good idea. But also, I've had clients try to do that where they try to jump up and things like that, and I stop them. And if it doesn't work, oh well, I did my best. Demon said your mom is calling. No, that's 2.0. She wanted to make sure I was ready to go and I didn't forget something. So we're all set. All right, guys, now we're ready to go. Everybody's here. It's time. All right. So this is a little better quality than what you guys may have seen online. I went ahead and sharpened it up a little bit, but there's still going to be spots here and there that suck. And that's, I can't do anything about that. We're going to have to suffer, chat. We're going to have to suffer. Oh no, I don't want to do any of that. Oh, actually here. I can open this up and actually, if I can open this up in PDF reader, we can look at it a little better. All right, this actually might be easier to read in here. Yes, and I can highlight, so that'll be even better. Nope, that's not going to work. All right, we're stuck with this. All right. Make sure you guys can read this here. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Who's messaging me? All right, guys, and we're gonna go. I don't know who's messaging me. So this is when you read a transcript. This whole top, it's basic. You might have a different captioning setup depending where you are, but it's going to tell you where you were, what the case was, the case number. It's going to say what it was about, a transcript of proceedings. Where did this happen? It happened before the judge over in Candioi County on the 6th day of June at 10:12 a.m. is when it started. Now, what we heard before when they did this the last time, the court reporter listened to a recording of the hearing and then she transcribed it. So I bet this is similar. I haven't seen the last page of the transcript yet, but so she'll listen to it in her office and type it out on her own. Smudgy says, I can't read that. I understand. This is the best I can do. It gets better on some of these other pages, okay? Some of these other pages are better, but it sucks overall. I'm sorry. I tried to do the best I could with this. If I zoom it out a little more, you might be able to see it better. Hold on, guys. All right, so let's go. The appearances, we have a couple different parties there today. They have Kristen Pierce and Rachel Molesbury. They're from the prosecutor's office. They're representing Children's Services. That's very common, here in Ohio. The prosecutor's office will represent Children's Services, except for in like really big counties. Children's Services has their own attorneys that run their cases. But otherwise, yes, a prosecutor's office will be the representative. Kayla was there with her attorney, John Mueller. And then Nick was there with his attorney, Don Weber. And then the three of Nick's kids, his older kids, were there because they're over the age of 10. They're allowed to be there. Their attorney is a guy named Carter Greiner. Then Christy Barber, she's the guardian ad litem. Remember, the guardian ad litem is that third party that is able to provide the court what it thinks is the best interest for the children, independent of what Nick may want, of what Kayla may want, and of what the agency may want. She can provide her own recommendations to the court. And typically they're attorneys, but in some states they allow non-attorneys to do this role. Or they're generally what's called a court-appointed special advocate, because a guardian ad litem generally denotes you're an attorney. Then also present is Alecia Sweep. Sweepy, sweep, 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 sweep. A social worker with the Kandiyohi County Health and Human Services. The foster parents, meaning Kayla's parents, or Kayla's mom and stepdad. And then the paternal grandfather, Nick's dad, was there, but not Nick's mom. And presumably, actually kind of weird, like where are the kids at right now, the other two kids, but you'll understand what's up with that. So, and it says the following proceedings were duly had. The judge says, all right, let's get started. They talk about this is for a continued emergency protection hearing and the admit deny hearing. Remember, guys, I said it's called an admit deny in Minnesota. We call this an adjudication, where you either admit or deny the facts. You could say they're true or not true, as another way that typically they're done. So all these parties are going through, they talk about representing each other. That's not really important. You have the kid's attorney here, Carter Greiner, says he's here, and three of his kids are in the gallery. They're allowed to be there. And then the other two children, they are not present. They're both under the age of 10, so they don't have a right to be there. The guardian's here. And then in the gallery, we have Nick's dad, the maternal grandparents, who are the foster parents, and then a support, April M. Holt. You brought fucking April to the hearing, Nick. You brought April to the hearing. I mean, Nick, come on, dude. You brought April to the hearing. Yeah. You brought the cocoa. You brought your hoe to the fucking Children's Services hearing. That is not one I've ever seen before. I have never seen that before. I mean, like, I've seen a lot of things at Children's Service hearings, and I've had a lot of those. I've had a lot of Children's Service cases where I've represented parents, and I prosecuted a couple of them in my time as a prosecutor. But, oh my God, I've never seen that before. Although, to be fair, in some places, they wouldn't allow a support in, like, well, what are you? Well, I'm their support. They would have been like, get the fuck out. No, you're not coming in. Especially, I'd be like, Your Honor, no, she's the person that they got busted doing drugs with. And the judge would have been like, fuck off. It's just... All right. And then, and then Alecia Sweep stands up. The prosecutors stand up. They're doing this continued hearing. This is going to be a continued hearing, and they're going to take the testimony from Alecia Sweep. So they get up there, and then Alecia Sweep delivered the oath to the court. So she was there. She delivered the oath. I forgot this part. She delivered the oath to Miss Sweep. So she's like, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury anything you tell will be the truth and the whole truth? And she said, yes, true. Oh, we have a guest.
Sweep it up, Jenny's. Sweep it up.
Hello. Hello, Josh, also known as Meme Copium. Yes, an interesting matter of public record.
Oh, those sweet, sweet words.
Yeah.
Interesting new matter of public record.
Yes.
I haven't actually checked out this one too much.
Oh, this
yet
one's
because
good.
I've been through other stuff,
I've been
but
through this. I went through this more about just sanitizing it, but there's some things I caught where I'm like,
Is it-
and like I said, this is the first time I've been in a children's services
Right,
hearing
right.
where, what's that?
I was going to say, is it true that April was in the gallery during
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
Why would you bring your
Right here.
mistress to
And
your
to support
CPS?
April Imholt.
Why?
Yep.
Why?
Because they're junkies.
Sister wives are just confirmed. It's just confirmed.
I mean, this is I don't know. This is just anyway. They get to a direct examination, and this is the good stuff. Chat. We're done with all the foreplay. Can you state your name for the record? Alecia Sweep, SWEEP. Oh, she's gonna sweep it up. What's your occupation? She's a children's services supervisor. She is, her jobs are child protection intake, investigation, family assessments. And she talks about all her qualifications. She's worked for the Candioi County Health and Human Services, which is where Children's Services operates out of, for 10 years. She's been working in child protection for 8 years. And those are all the basic parts. Then she talks about, did you get a report involving Nick and Kayla? When was that? The 23rd. So she got, the report was that law enforcement was going to going to the home to execute a search warrant. Upon executing the warrant, they had found substances believed to be cocaine. And they say, was that located in the house? She said, located in the home was drug paraphernalia, firearms, ammunition, cocaine, and ketamine. And she says, how much cocaine was located? And she says approximately 26.67 grams. And they say, so over 26 grams. And she says, yes. Now, I don't know why they had her do that, because this isn't the criminal setting, but whatever. And they said, how are you aware the substances were identified? She said, they were field tested. And she said, did you go to the home? I did. Now, I'm assuming when Nick was staring at the screen, she's like, you were committing perjury. When he was just staring at the screen very passive aggressively. I'm assuming he was like, you weren't lying about how she spelled her name. But I think this is where he's going to say she's lying now.
So they're appearing like in a Zoom call or something? Like
No. This is all in person. But remember, Nick had a stream recently where he stares at the screen like, Alecia Sweep, you committed perjury. I know you did.
Oh, yes.
It's like, if you know she's lying, you should be able to prove it without exposing yourself, because it should be easy to show the lie. But that's just my experience of being a practicing attorney.
That's a serious allegation as well.
Well,
especially for the person that you've got your kids. So
to be fair, Josh, everybody's like, children's services, they're all fucking lying. I'm like, they found you passed out with a needle in your arm. It's like, they're like, oh, well, yeah, I guess that did happen. So are they really lying? And they're like, everybody thinks.
This is the one where they don't let that inspection. I mean,
we're gonna get to all that. We're getting to all that. Okay.
No spoilers. I saw. Sorry.
Yeah. No. It's all good. It's all good. No. We got to get there first. But this is all the stuff I think Nick is claiming is a lie. So she's like, when I went to the home, I learned that they were still in the process of the search. That when they entered the home was very cluttered. It was hard to walk around the home without stepping on clothing, bedding, and blankets. Sounds like a refugee camp. Almost. I learned that they were in the process of locating safes and opening those safes in the home. Were there any children present? She said, yeah. Were all the children present? To subject's position present. So meaning all of Nick and Kayla's kids, all 5 of them. And she says, no, who was not present? One of them was not present, the oldest. And then, how were the children placed with a relative? Yeah, they were at a relative. Kayla was still there. And they discussed that the children would be going on a law enforcement hold and coming to our custody for foster care placement. She asked if they could go with the family. And, Alecia Sweep says, yes, and that's normal. I said this before. The typical placement, you try to do kinship placement as soon as possible. Family is the best environment for the children as long as it's a safe environment. And Kayla's family lives out there. That's why they're out there. Even Nick's parents are up there right now. They're out there too. But she asked if they go camp family. They have to vet them. And she gave their names. And they checked them. And I think because, as Nick said before, they had been involved in foster care, that they immediately went over there because they said Since May 23rd, they've been there.
Did you hear the thing that Anne was saying about the parents being up there the week before?
Yeah. No, that we cover that. Yeah, on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep,
So
they were in both sets of parents were in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the
That
idea
would
of
be
them
the
just
attack
coming in the
as well.
doorway, though. I mean, they'd have to come in the doorway and it'd still look like. I can't imagine like what it looked like from the doorway, but. Oh, and actually, hold on here. I need to. Why did this not load up for me? Hold on here.
This is interesting that they mentioned the hair follicle test that Nick took, but then it was denied. Denied to the, I guess, to the county health services.
Yeah, drama alert. If this is you, Keem, what up? Hi, Keem. How you doing? Yeah. I don't know if it was crack cocaine, but they, as Nick said, somebody was possibly smoking cocaine, and that's a really odd thing to say.
That was a weird thing. Yeah, it was a weird thing to introduce because obviously the test for cocaine and meth are different. But why would you bring this element into it?
Yeah,
and there was dirty pans,
cocaine.
right? There was like dirty pans with cocaine.
Yeah. Well, remember, it's like Bart Simpson says. That's an odd thing to say.
It is an odd thing to say.
So, but anyways, yeah. Hi, Keem. Getting royalty here on this channel tonight. I'm slumming it with us. And Kurt, I saw you out here. Kurt, hope you're doing well. I don't see it pass by. Anyway, we're gonna keep going. They asked if the kids had seen any drug tests, and they said, "What kind of drug test?" We did hair follicle drug testing. Remember, this is the thing where Nick said, "Hey, if they do the drug test, I'm just saying there might be something there, but if there is something there, I totally didn't do it." Oh, once again, that's also a very weird thing to say. That the results of the hair follicle testing, all of the children except the one child tested negative.
That's the daughter.
Yes, the one child did test positive for cocaine. And approximately, what was the level of the test? Over 5,000. And what's the cutoff? 500. Now, here's the thing. People were going on and on about like how that's enough to kill people. It's not. It's actually like on the very, very low end of cocaine users. So at the beginning, people are like, that's enough to kill people. It's like, it's not. It's not. Then the next question was, have Nick and Caleb been cooperating with the drug testing for the agency? And then...
Objection.
Yes.
Your Honor.
Oh, no, there's a wee-woo coming.
People are dropping like flies over here because of heat stroke.
It's so
like
hot. Yeah.
105.
Here come the
0.8 Fahrenheit at the moment in Japan. It's pretty rough over here. So yeah, it's just another old person fell over.
So yes, Nick's like, objection, Your Honor. And it's, buddy, you have an attorney. That's their job. That ain't your job. And the prosecutor immediately objects, like, he can't do that. And he said, I object to the introduction of the drug test evidence. And the court looks at and the court, and this is, I think, a big felting here. The court stops and looks at his attorney and says, Miss Weber, do you have an objection? Just completely fucking blowing him off.
This is funny because like Nick keeps saying that he would be a fool to represent himself, but he literally just is.
Well, he could if he wanted to. He could if he wanted to, but he's got an attorney right now. So if you have an attorney there, and this is an idea, it's called hybrid representation. You can't do both. You can't have help and represent yourself.
Really?
Hold on 1 second.
But Nick's been going on saying, I wouldn't be silly enough to represent myself, but he's literally filing motions, objecting. He's getting things sent to his PO box for both him and Kayla. Perhaps April too, I'm not sure. And what does the old saying goes? The attorney that represents himself has a fool for a client.
Yes. And yes, so his attorney says, I plan on cross-examining the drug test evidence. It has not been actually reviewed by a toxicologist. There hasn't been enough time, so there's some question of whether or not it's accurate, which this is something they're harping on, and we'll bring up later. Well, they're going to get hoisted on this later, in my opinion. So the court says, all right, I'm going to overrule it. They'll allow it. It's a reliable hearsay, can come in. And that's the thing. This is not, there are rules of evidence still in juvenile court cases and children's services cases, but it's not to the same courts will play a little faster and looser with the rules. Not a lot,
Mhm.
but there are some things where she's going to say reliable hearsay, like the drug testing people told her this is what happened. So there are times where you can kind of get away with stuff there.
Right.
So, and they keep going and they say, what was the cutoff on that? And they get to the cutoff part and it's 500. And then have Nick and Kayla cooperated with drug testing for the agency. You know, she said they did a hair follicle drug test on May 30th. And do you have the results of that? She says, no, I don't. Subsequent to taking the test, did anything happen by Nick or Kayla? And she said, yes. They had received notification from Minnesota Monitoring that they had revoked their release of information to Children's Services to do any further testing of them for drug testing. So that's true. You know, Nick said like, hey, I don't want you guys to do anymore. So once the notices and the releases are revoked, that's it. You have to stop. So, but that's normal. Like anything in life, if you take a party and you give a release, but then you reject that release or refuse that release, it's all done.
Right. Yeah. There's also like the hair follicle test positive for coke in the system for up to 60 days, as I understand it. So Nick's been going.
Well, you can
like,
the more and more.
Test,
well,
that's just
you can go farther back with hair, but it gives you a good 30 to 60 day window of what's been going on. Mm-hmm. It's reliable in that part to show because anybody can piss clean.
Right.
Because that's the easy one. That's the easy one. Anybody can stay clean for a couple of days, but what were you doing the entire time before that?
Mm-hmm. And like the first piss test, I think, was taken like it was like a week or 2 weeks after.
Hold on, those are coming up.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh don't. Oh no, don't you worry, child. We got some stuff coming. So, and then they said, have you been to the home of Nick and Kayla? And she says, when was that? And that was the 28th. And that was the last transcript we had to look for. And that would have been to the Tuesday following Memorial Day. And that's the one where Nick's like, I called 1 million times. Where are you? And she said, was I allowed into the home? Were there any rooms you were not allowed into? Yes. She said, Mr. Akeda wanted to show me the 22, a piece of artwork that contained a 22 caliber empty shell casing that may have been also found next to a firearm. Now, once again, that's not the problem, Nick. The 26 grams of fucking cocaine are the problem. But look, the shell casing, look, see, it's from an art thing. Actually, it's like, no. The drugs are the problem, Nick. The fact your house is probably a complete fire hazard is a problem. The fact your kids appeared not to have been taken care of is the problem. Not there was a shell casing stuck in the carpet somewhere. But he wanted to focus on that. And she said she followed Nick back to the bedroom as he had indicated it was in his bedroom. And when I got to the door, he stated, you do not need to come in here. No girls allowed.
Sean, sometimes when I was like in college, I would take my laundry and I would put it on my chair before I would be folding it. But then you go to bed or something and you put it on the chair, then you get up, then you move the laundry to the bed. And then you go to bed and you put it back to the chair. I think that's what they're doing here. I think they just pushed all the dirty shit in the house into that one bedroom.
Well, it's like a little kid. You shove it all in the closet. Remember, though, they got like a 5,000 square foot home, so you can hide a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it's a big place.
They moved all the trash to the other house.
Yeah. Let her inside. They can't let mom find the piss drawer, basically.
Kurt says 26 grams of art.
That's pretty funny.
Yes, it's decorative cocaine. They bought it from Kirkland's. It's meant to just be like festive. It's like live, laugh, love, blow.
Bless the mess.
Yes. Yeah. In this house, we stand for the flag and kneel for the cross and snort a line.
But it's not the cross you're thinking of. It's the...
Well, yes, Yes, we stand for that cross. Oh, that was a good one. Very good, sir. But yes, Nick said you're not allowed in here. Yes. Only cover members allowed. Are you in the cover, ma'am? No, you can't come in here. I need to see your ID. So only April and Kayla are allowed in there with Nick.
And April, of course.
Yes. I wonder if Aaron's still allowed in. He went in, shut the door, retrieved the artwork, and then came back out. It's like, not even, I'm not letting you in here, closing the door. Like, once again, guys, that's not suspicious at all. That's not suspicious at all. Totally reasonable action. Now, I will say on one hand, I've had, when I've represented, because these are, normally people who get for children's services cases, you're appointed to represent them because they can't afford it because they're usually bad times anyway in their life. It is tough to have children's services come in and do a home inspection because you're literally letting these people come walk around and root around in your house. And that's your home. Like, that's your castle. Like, it is a personal space thing. But Nick, but this whole idea of like, I'll let you search everywhere but there, or look everywhere but there. It's like,
and this wasn't a surprise visit or anything, right? It was
no. This wasn't a surprise either. This was like, we want you to come over.
So, yeah, they would have had time to prepare the master bedroom to make it acceptable. They could have just moved, and they have a second house right next door to their own house, right? Like where,
well, it's around the like it's their properties but there's like woods and stuff they'd have to like.
Yeah, but if there's anything they wanted to hide, they could have just moved it to that place. Like, surely, if your kids are on the line, you would make every available thing to leave nothing up to chance. Like, just having this on the record saying you can't come into the bedroom looks so bad in front of, if this goes to like a jury trial or anything. Like,
no, like a lot of this is going to be very awkward for them. So hold on here. I'm trying to pop this out. Why is this not? Oh, there we go. So, they said, have there been any safety meetings with, oh, hold on. Sorry. And they go back and they say, well, where are the controlled substances located during the search? Located in the master bedroom, as well as the bathroom that adjoins that bedroom. So yes, the place Nick would not let her into is where they found all the drugs. And it's like, that's how you, yeah, guess what? Guess what Children's Service is going to think is going on there? It doesn't take much for that. And that is a reasonable inference. Like, that's where the drugs are still.
Is the bathroom that is attached to the master bedroom, is that where the Papa's prison is? The one that's not allowed outside? It's just in the bathroom permanently?
I think so, yeah. That's his...
Sonny, right? Sonny?
Yeah, Sonny. It's his little... It's his
Sonny chat. Free Sonny.
It's his Robin's Island. He's there like Nelson Mandela. It's like just pooping in the room.
Yeah. Because that makes sense. Yeah. Because like Nick slipped on a dog toy in there, right? And got that black eye.
Yep.
That's how that happened.
It's dangerous.
Right. Yeah.
So they talk about having safety meetings with the parents. And part of this is a safety meeting. They'll still set up a safety plan with them saying, what do they need to make this home safe? How do they take care of the kids? What should they do if things happen? And they said it was the day before, and that would have been June 5th. And what day was June 5th? What day of the week? June 5th would have been a Wednesday. They said as part of the safety meeting, were they able to identify what type of signs of use are? She says, I believe they were, but she stepped out to go to the bathroom while that was being reviewed. But that's part of it. They're going to say, do you understand, drugs are bad, okay? People are using drugs. How can you tell? Because they're ideally, if one of them isn't using, they could tell when the other one's using. And if that were to happen, we got to get the kids away from them, keep people safe. But there are other members of Children's Services who are in the courtroom. They were present for that meeting. And they said, have Nick and Kayla been able to address the... See, that's a problem. Have they been able to address the plan around drug use or drugs found in the home? And she said, no. And they said, why not? And they said, when we have questioned around what was found in the home and around the things found in the home or drug use, Nick and Kayla stated they do not want to answer any questions regarding that. And that's fine. They have a Fifth Amendment right. And yes, anything they tell them, if they admitted, yeah, there was cocaine here, well, now they're admitting to cocaine being found. So yes, they have the right to remain silent. On the other hand, yes, as Nick said, yes, the agency holds that against them. But at some point, what are they supposed to do? Say, oh, well, they said no, so we can't talk about it. Okay, here are your kids back. Like, no, that's not how that works. Now they talk about were there any services the court could order today that would allow the children to return home safely, and they say no. And they ask why not, and Alecia Sweep says we've not been able to establish sobriety by either Nick or Kayla. We have not been able to establish how those substances were found and got into the home, and that's true. Who brought them into the home? Well, let's say it turns out like they're like, oh, Aaron did it. Well, part of their safety plan would be Aaron's not allowed in the house. Aaron's not allowed near the kids. Aaron can't be here at all. And they said,
I think he wasn't here for like at least was it
well,
6
I understand, but that's I'm using him as an example. Aaron, I know you're not the Coke mule here. I'm just using you as an example. I think he understands, but I'm just using him as because he's a party that we all know. And then so we've been able to do any safety planning around returning the children, and yeah, that's a problem when when they won't talk about it. Well, they can't do a safety plan. And they indicated the children are being placed with a relative. Is that the least restrictive and most home-like setting? Yes. And that's normally how they do it. You know, do these children have prior relationships with a relative? Yep. And they said, are there any services or examinations the court could provide today that would assist in starting the reunification process? Remember, like I said, reunification is always the goal. They want to turn the kids home. They're picking them up with the ultimate goal of dropping them back off. But for right now, that's not happening. And she says, I believe the court would order chemical use assessments or substance use assessments, as well as drug testing for Nick and Kayla, as well as anybody who's going to be in a caregiving role within their home or have access to their home where it may be unsupervised, as well as complying. So everybody who's going to be around those kids unsupervised.
So the grandparents are doing piss tests.
Oh, they would have to. As part of what they're ordering here, because they can order that. Anyone who's going to be caring for the kids unsupervised has to take a piss test right now.
I mean, there's so many things wrong with this case, but just imagine you go, hey, Dad, look, this is really awkward, but can you piss in this cup so that you can take my children?
Pop and Meemaw.
Holy shit.
Pop and Meemaw, you gotta go drop.
Yeah, like, and well, their grandparents probably in their 60s, 70s or something, right? I mean, just guessing.
Yep.
Asking your grandma to go piss in a cup. Oh my goodness. Could not do that to mine. Couldn't be me.
Quaisat's Hater Access brought to you by Stoney's Bar and Grill. Hold on. I gotta pull up a live read for Stoney's. Give me a second here.
Are you actually advertising Stoney's or
no, but I mean it's more of like because Aaron does
Have you thought about the lucrative industry of selling EMF protection for 5G?
Well, EMP. Well, see, that's not even if you really want to Faraday cage your shit. There's ways to Faraday cage it, and then Nick's selling Prussian blue, which, depending on who you know,
and $30.
If you talk to a white supremacist, Prussian blue means a whole different thing. But yeah, Stoney's Bar and Grill, located in beautiful Rockville, Minnesota, at 158 Broadway Street. Stoney's your place to go. It's actually open till 1 a.m. tonight Central Time, and tomorrow Sunday it opens at 10:30 and open till 12 a.m. And open at 10 a.m. on the weekdays. So there you go, Aaron. Help you out, man.
I can't believe you're giving that away for free. That's like 10 times the
I'm helping Aaron.
Aaron,
Aaron needs some help. Yeah. I'm helping out Aaron. I'm a G like that. I want to help people.
Yeah, nice guy.
Yeah, I'm a good guy. Good guy, Sean. All right, so and they also want Nick and Kayla to comply with the agency in identifying how the children won't be exposed to further substances. Now, remember, Nick's saying it's all bullshit and fake. Well, you know, that's not an acceptable answer, saying your test is wrong. Especially with what he said before.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because this test is just so ridiculous that even now it's hard for me to believe that it's true. But nowhere in this is there anything saying anything to the contrary. It's just they're just trying to get it thrown out. That's their entire plan. It's just like, let's hope we get it thrown out because the search warrant was bad.
Yes, which, I mean, yes, it's kind of like in what's that movie where they have to fight the dragons and Matthew McConaughey's in it?
Rain of Fire?
Yeah. So it's like you're attacking the dragon. Yes, if you kill the dragon, it's great, but if you don't kill the dragon, it eats you. So it's a very high risk and it's a very high reward, but a very high risk proposition. You know, the suppression hearing. It's like defusing a bomb. You either win or you don't. There is no partial diffusing. So they say, what type of visitation are the kids getting? They're having supervised visitation. Face-to-face contact is at the agency, so at the Children's Services building. They're having supervised phone contact and Zoom contact with Kayla's parents, as well as the paternal grandparents. And they said, what are the ongoing recommendations? And they said, as of June 6th, the agency is still going to continue to supervise visits. So the entire, for the time being. And they said, what was the purpose of the safety meeting? It's to develop a plan on how to get from the agency supervising to support supervising face-to-face contact. And that's where it's like, if they can comply with the safety plan and the safety meeting, well, then we can allow them to have unsupervised visitation. And if they do well with that, then they can have longer visitation. And then the kids could be in the home. And then and as things go, the case plan on its proper trajectory, the agency tapers off supervision over time. But that's kind of not where we are at this point. That's kind of not where we are. And they said, are there any concerns about having supervised visitation at Harmony Visitation or at the agency right now? And she said the only concerns are the paternal and maternal grandparents have stated they are unfamiliar with what somebody under the influence would look like. So they're saying, we don't know what somebody who's high on coke looks like, or ketamine, or... Well, they don't know. And like I said, I think that, remember, there's a couple different options here. Option number one is grandma and grandpa and all them, they really don't know. That's like option number one. They truly don't know. They're just a bunch of all good Yoder white folk from, Minnesota. Although I think Nick's dad's from like Texas. But either way, they're just good God-fearing folk who don't know no better. Okay, that's option number one. Option number two is they're completely in denial.
I'd assume it would have not happening. Like, you never want to believe that your kids are actually doing these sort of things.
Yeah, and that's true. Or number three, they're just like, they know. And I like I said, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give Papa and Mima Rakeda the benefit of the doubt, and I'll give Kayla's parents, Papa and Mima Sleda or Sleda or what, however they pronounce it. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt too, that they truly don't. Because otherwise, we got to give somebody. Somebody deserves the benefit of the doubt, and it's not Nick at this point. Now, but here's the problem. This is where we get to an issue. Both the paternal grandparents have stated they do not believe that Nick and Kayla use any type of substances. I
guess they have to say that they're family.
Yeah, but that's a problem. Like, they could just say, they don't believe. They're just like, I don't know if they are or not. Like, you're gonna come in there and say, like, oh no, it's like when those shootings happen. My baby didn't do nothing wrong. He's a nice boy. He was gonna be an aspiring rapper. He wanted to work on computers. Every guy gets killed on the first 48. That's such a nice boy. And I've said this before, chat. My baby didn't do nothing wrong. Transcends all socioeconomic and racial categories. Everybody thinks their baby didn't do nothing wrong. I'm sure my mom would be like, my baby didn't do nothing wrong. Happens all the time. So, and they weren't able to identify any signs or concerns that would make them feel like they were using drugs or substances. It's like, okay. Like, I almost want to be like, ask Nick's parents, like, here's his last couple of streams. Does it seem okay to you? Apparently they haven't been watching those. And they said the agency stance.
The house, though, right?
Well, yeah, but they were, as Aaron said, they only came to the front door. Aaron said they only came to the front door, so who knows?
So weird. That's so weird, though. Like, who drives across like the countryside and then just goes to the front door and doesn't go inside? Like,
I don't know. Maybe that's as far as they could get. Like, they open the door and the kids could tunnel through all the trash, but the parent, like, they're old people, so they're
burrowing through snow or something.
Yeah. Well, it's like Gaza. There's like tunnels all over the place, and the grandparents don't know how to get in.
Actual rat life, just burrowing through garbage. He is a confirmed snitch, so he is a rat.
Nick and Kayla hired Hamas engineers to come over and construct the fortifications.
Oh my god!
Oh, it really is the Baldo bunker.
It is. It is.
Yes.
It's like
So
dust
they
coming down
said
from
the
the ceiling
parents need
every
to be
time it
around there to
detonates.
make sure they know what's going on, and they need education. And then this is interesting. Are you aware if Nick and Kayla made any admissions to using controlled substances? And she said they didn't make anything directly to me. She said, I did observe time in the court hallway at the previous hearing when Kayla was hugging their oldest, and Kayla said to the oldest that these are the consequences of our actions. That's an admissible statement. Like, I tell my client, here's the neat thing. I tell people this all the time. The courtroom is enemy territory. The courtroom is enemy territory. It's unless I can tell you we're in a room and I can close the door. I tell people this. I will tell you when we're in a safe place, and that's if I can close the door. And even then, we talk in very low voices. But generally speaking, the courthouse is not a safe place. You are in enemy territory. And that's a free one, chat. That's some free advice. The courthouse is enemy territory because it's not your territory. You're not safe there. And if you're not safe there, it's enemy territory. It's not neutral territory.
It's so bad for their case, but like that's the only time I've seen any remorse for the entire situation being shown.
Well, is that yeah? I mean, yeah, and it's got to be rough. Got to be rough. Yes, the walls have ears. Everybody there, can cause problems. And Vixit says, "Tell me I'm safe" in a low tone, Sean. Vixit, you're safe. You're so safe. But you have to be careful. This is not safe there. Isn't that hearsay, K. Michael? No, that is a statement from a party opponent. Kayla is a party opponent. She is an opposing party in this case. Her own statements are not hearsay. Because Kayla can get up and cross-examine Alecia Sweep through her attorney. And Kayla can also get up and testify and explain what she meant. So that is an exception to hearsay, even in criminal court. So that is a statement that could show up if they went to trial, and that might show up if they go to trial.
It also kind of implies that the eldest son knew about it. I mean, how could you not know about it? But like,
I don't. Well, you know what? Even then, like I said, I think they did, but you never know. Yes, Nick Ricotta told me that I was safe, bish. Yes, I'm sure he did. Remember, like I said, guys, there's things you can rely on Nick for. Advice on types of things, if you want to, not for criminal stuff, not for theology issues and religion issues. If you want to start a polycule, I guess you could talk to him about that. He does know that. But relationship advice, I would not go to him for, in addition. So just things to think about. Chat. Abel says, I'm loving these microfiche transcripts. Yeah, but these drive me crazy. Tim Beatty says the parent-child privilege, Sean, come on. That's not a thing. There's no parent-child privilege. So.
Yeah, Minnesota has...
there are privileges, but not...
McKenna's law? McKenna law? Is that? So the parents...
Yeah, but the McKenna's law is the kids have the right to be at the hearing.
Okay.
And have representation. That's what McKenna's law is about.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah. That's... And hold on here. There's a question. I'll save this for later because we need to keep going here. And then she said, yeah, and then we keep going. Would returning the children to their parents at this point be contrary to their well-being and welfare? Yes. I think we can all agree, yes, that's not good for them. And the prosecutor says, I don't have any other questions. And then, Miss Barber, do you have any questions? And this is the, Barber is the guardian ad litem. And she says, no. And then Miss Weber, and this is Nick's attorney. So here we go. Miss Weber says, did you see some drug testing that Nick did yesterday? And she said, it was shown to me when it was handed to the prosecutor in the hallway. And she said, all right. And she says, it's a negative test for everything except alcohol. Are you aware of that? And she says, yes. No. She says, is that some indicia of Nick's sobriety? Now, here's the issue. He took his own drug test, and he's still pissed hot for alcohol. Like he scheduled out and went and did a drug test, and he couldn't
He was
stay.
still drinking.
Yeah.
This is a direct contradiction to what he said, though.
Yeah. Now here's the thing.
Not that it's surprising, but
well, there's that. Yes. But here's the thing. Yes, if you're being accused of being cracked out of your gourd all the time, and now you're only testing hot for alcohol, like that's better than nothing. And
the first time he came back, he said he was getting rid of everything of this in his house, like all the alcohol. So
and he said I could quit whenever I want to because I decided to quit. But and I've had people fail for alcohol before on drug tests. That's not uncommon. It's usually people are chronic alcoholics. They have poor impulse control, or they just don't fucking care. So like I said, I don't think Nick's a chronic alcoholic at this point, but is it an impulse issue? I don't know. Is it just he's not caring or thinking ahead? I mean, it could easily be that. Kind of forgot it's coming up and you keep drinking and and that happens. Now, if I was Nick's attorneys, I would point out like, hey, look, there's no coke in the system. So like, yay. And I've had to do that before. Like, look, judge, there's weed in a system, but there's no meth. Yay. And sometimes they buy that. And other times they say, don't fucking care. And then they stroke your guy for some jail time. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think he just couldn't bear to give away his special whiskey collection too.
Yeah.
He said he was giving it all away. It was like, it was too good to give away.
Here's the other thing. Alcohol is legal, but right now, I think we'd all agree Nick has Nick has this issue of drinking to the point of incapacitation routinely. People that do that are not generally considered stable in terms of their alcohol use.
He built up a tolerance too, so just to even get a buzz, he'd have to drink quite a bit.
Yeah, but I mean, alcohol burns out of your system fairly quickly. So for it to still be in a system...
Yeah, I think it's like 48 hours. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, within 40 hours it's all gone, but it'll be gone sooner than that. And Bahrain's just saying, do you really do yay in court? I mean, not exactly like that, but I'd say, hey, judge, look, this guy has a history of doing meth. That's what he got charged of possession for. He ended up pleading out for. But look, he's only testing positive for marijuana. Like, so I know we want 100% compliance, but if we're going to use drugs, meth or weed is better than meth, isn't it? Sometimes you have to sell that. Sometimes you have to sell that turd. But yes, is this an issue of sobriety? I mean, yes, but apparently he can't stay he can't stay dry long enough to pee in a cup. She says it may be. And I like that answer. And she says, well, it was done at Minnesota Monitoring. Do you believe there's a problem with the testing? Well, didn't we see earlier Minnesota Monitoring is the gold standard, as said by one of the attorneys? They're also the same people who did the hair. Is this Nick's attorney? This is the problem when you say things like this, because now you're almost acknowledging like Minnesota Monitoring is like bomb diggity. And if they're the ones who tested the hair of the kid, it's like, well, are they not bomb diggity for that?
I mean, they're bringing expert witnesses to show that they're going to try and disprove everything, right? Like for their
but this is the problem when you're doing this. They're trying to say, what was done at Minnesota Monitoring? Do you believe there's a problem with the testing? Well, no. She could say no because we trust the like. If I were her, I would say no because we trust the hair testing of the kid that tested positive for coke. Now, Nick's attorney is lucky that wasn't an answer, because I would have been very careful about how I would have crafted that question, because that would have easily been what I would have expected to apply. No, we trust Minnesota Monitoring. That's why we sent the children's hair off to get tested there. So by you trying to vouch for the testing, you're reinforcing their claim too. And that's just a scary way of doing it. I would not have asked it that way. She says it doesn't state what the specimen was tested. And that's true. She doesn't know when it was tested, to what levels. And they say, so if we got something that was more that showed that was urine that was tested, is that what you're looking at? That it was a UA, urine analysis, versus something else? And she says, yeah, because I'd be able to establish the kind of time frame of what I know the testing is indicative of. But all she's got is just he's clean except for alcohol. It doesn't say anything else. And Nick's attorney is like, are you a toxicologist? And she says, no. But she points out, like, you do get training as your role as a social worker, yeah. But you're not qualified as an expert for drug testing, and that's true. And she said that when you first came into the home, what was during the process of the search? Folks in there were searching, right? She's like, yeah. Was it chaotic? She's like, yeah. And you said all the kids were there except for the oldest, right? She said, yes. And then the questions are, did you know at that time which child was which? And she said, no. And then she says, okay, so if I were to tell you that blank, another one of the kids wasn't there, would you have any reason to doubt that? And she says, yes. And they say, okay. And it's like, because the 4 children were sitting outside talking while Mrs. Banks was inside with Kayla. That's probably one of the other social workers gathering belongings. I had talked to the children, asked them their names, asked them if there was any additional things they needed from the home before leaving. And that kid was there. And they're saying, is it possible that when the search started, that kid wasn't there? And I'm betting they're trying to, like, say the kid that was in the car with Nick when the search initially happened. They'll be like, yeah. So they're like, aha, see, she wasn't there the whole time. You committed perjury. I'm sure that's what Nick is in his head thinking. Like, we've got her now, chat.
This is some Lytle Huts, I'm not wearing a tie at all shit. Like,
yes. And guys, here's the thing. There really is not, when you're doing the law, as much as you'd like to think there's going to be all these, like, mic drop moments where you just go, boom. Your Honor, arrest them for perjury. You're not going to stand there and be like, you have a right to remain silent, Miss Sweep. No, it doesn't work that way. It does not ever work that way. I'm just saying that's, Stick's like, you're lying. I know it. You know you were lying. And he stared at the camera. It's like, okay. I'm not going to lie. The way he stared at the camera, I'm sure the county pasted up pictures at all the front desk. Like, if you see him come by, call the sheriff. Anyways, she says, I can't speak to that. I wasn't there when the warrant was served. And they said, so by the time the children, when you got there, the kids were outside. Is it possible that not all of those children were there when the warrant was actually executed, correct? Okay. It's like, what? Because the kid wasn't there, did the kid ninja the coke out? Like, what's their theory there? That one of the kids was missing? The kid was teleporting the coke somewhere else? I don't really get it.
It just goes missing in the big trash pile.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They were lost in the tunnels. They were running all the prisoners back to Hamas.
Oh my
gosh. And she says, I can speak to who was there when I arrived. And she said, do you know how far into the search the police were by the time you got there? She says, I don't know how far they were going. And she said, you located safes. Is that correct? Yeah. While we were in the residence, yes. And then there's this question. So do you know where, for example, this cocaine, la cocaína, was located in the home? She said, I do know it was located. They had found it in the master bedroom on the nightstand, is what I was informed when the report came in. And then she says, okay, but you're relying on the report of someone else, correct? Yes. And she says, and now you've been to the home now since the drugs have been eliminated from the home, correct? And she says, since the warrant was executed. But to be fair, she doesn't know that because she hasn't been allowed in the whole house. She was not allowed into the heart of the bunker. She said, and then I know you didn't get to every access, all access. So she's admitting that she was denied access, which I think is just brilliant. But from what you saw, were there any drugs laying around? She said, I had access to the kitchen, living room, dining room area, and the hallway area on the main level of the floor. I did not see any drugs in those areas at the time I was there. What about drug paraphernalia? And she says, no. Was it clean? Yes. Were there any clothes lying around? No. And this is obviously she's talking about when she went back to check on the 28th. And she says, I know sometimes we suspect there's drug use going on. We look at the condition of the home. That's true. And the conditions of the home at that time suspicious to you of possible drug use. And she said, I didn't see any drug paraphernalia or substances. And then, was there any food left laying around? Dirty dishes? She says, not that I saw. Now, once again, this is interesting because Nick's attorney's pointing out there was food laying around and dirty dishes everywhere, like the police report mentions.
Right. Do you think they cleaned the house themselves or they hired someone? I feel like they're too lazy to do it themselves.
Well, no, because they talk. Well, like I said, they probably were. It was probably like a little 80s montage. They were like working together, and Huey Lewis is playing in the background. Don't take money, don't take fame, and they're just like wiping down the windows and
got that little time lapse with the interesting angles, like looking out of the cupboard as you open it, sort of thing. That'd be pretty.
Yeah.
Pretty
cool. No, and like I said, like one of them jumps out of the pile of trash and scares everybody, and they're just like, "Haha, you." And he's like, "I know."
Oscar the Grouch or whatever.
Well, and we'll get to the I know what you're talking about. We're gonna get to how the house got cleaned. We're gonna get there. And she said, "Not that I saw. You were in the kitchen." And one of the things you had mentioned was that the safety people, in this case, the grandparents, need education on what use looks like. And she says, yes, someone under the influence. And if they've never seen someone under the influence, how would they know? And they said, we would provide education about what that would look like. And she said, we started that. We given them documentation so they know that. I talked to them about experience with drug use, if they know anybody who's been using drugs. And then when you ask the question, do you know anyone that uses substances? Did they mention Nick? And she says, no. And she said, as far as that statement you overheard allegedly of Kayla telling the oldest the consequences of her actions, that's pretty broad, correct? And she's like, correct. Well, what other consequences of what other actions? Like, are we stipulating the kids were being neglected and they weren't being fed and, living like they were in a Hooverville? Like, which actions? Which actions are we talking about?
Was it the drug use or was it the swinging or was it?
Yeah, it's just like the drug use or the straight neglect.
It's not. Or all the SpaghettiOs meals, maybe that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of SpaghettiOs, that'd be rough. There's a lot going on in this petition, and the petition to have the kids removed from the home. Agree? And she says yes. And it says, you're assuming that it has something to do with drug use, right? She said, possibly. But you don't have any evidence of that, correct? Well, I mean, I really want to say, aside from the police yanking out a whole ounce of fucking cocaine, yes. Oh. And then she said, that's all I have. Now, Kayla's attorney is going to take his turn. And she rests. So, and this is the thing, when you have multiple defense attorneys, it's just cross-examination, cross-examination, cross-examination. Now, they talk about here, this is Kayla's attorney saying, would you agree the objective is to get the children back in the home as quickly and safely as possible? And that's true. That is how reunification, that's the plan. That's the overall goal. Let's get it done. And she says, yes. So if the foster parents, paternal grandparents were willing to do this, they were willing to move into that home today. Would it be safe to place the kids in the home with them in that home? And she says, no. Why not? And she says, one of the kids tested positive for cocaine. That child is denied using any substances or cocaine. How would the 9-year-old know what it's using? Once again, that is a very weird thing.
How does
that kid know what the hell it's doing?
Kids just see parents do stuff and then they emulate them. That's
or I mean, like, who knows? It could have been like, eating Pop-Tarts off that plate, and here, I'll take that plate and get Pop-Tarts on it, and I don't know, number of things. Like I said,
if they were cooking crack cocaine, then they would be doing it in the kitchen, surely. And if they just don't wash that pan,
remember, it's that second smoker on the cracky knoll. She got caught in the crossfire, back into the left. That's what it was, chat. It's all a conspiracy. The police sat there, and they stood there in the house, and they sparked up that rock, and they just went. They're like, "Here you go, sweetheart," and they just let her smoke rock in the bathroom. That's how she got it. That's clear how she got it. Goddamn police.
Even that, it's just so hard to believe. Like people have given me some
Yeah.
shit for like putting forward this idea
Yeah.
that sort of Camelot came up with, which was like that Nick talked about the medicinal uses of cocaine, and the child that was testing
Yeah.
positive for cocaine was also on Ritalin
Yeah.
or some variation of that. So maybe they were
Yes.
using that as a home remedy. Maybe Daddy ate all the Ritalin pills, so they had to come up with something else. Who knows, right?
You mean people abusing stimulants? Stimulants will keep abusing all the stimulants they can find? No
No, it's
way.
shocking, but
Yeah, I
it's been known
know.
to happen, maybe at least
It's
once.
like, how dare you make that accusation, sir?
I feel like that's the most likely way it happened, right?
Yeah,
Like, just kind of
I don't
come
know.
up-
Something happened. Something happened.
It's all headcanon until we find some extra details, though. But
So and
someone in
they
chat
say,
asked, "Can
what's that?
Ritalin give a false positive test?" No. As
No,
far as I understand
Ritalin.
it,
Well, Ritalin will show up as an amphetamine, but they can tell what that like. Ritalin shows up because Ritalin's an amphetamine.
yeah,
Ritalin,
apparently
Adderall, they show up.
yeah, the cocaine test is apparently very, very accurate, and it's almost impossible to get a false negative for these sort of things. Like because that was what my first thought as well. Actually, like surely this was some other stimulant that was testing positive for something else. Like,
No,
but no, not
they
really.
they would run the panels for. They probably ran panels for everything. And if there was amphetamines in there, but they're like, look, she's got Adderall. Problem solved.
And even if it was a false positive, they could just do the test again to make sure. And they probably did. And if it did, they'd be like, well, this came up, it was a false positive, but we tested again and it's not there. But that's not anywhere in the documents.
So, and they say that, is that the only reason they would object to that? She said, yes. And that's a big problem. And this is the thing. Okay, fine. We'll let everybody back in the home, but how did the drugs get in there? What's your plan to make sure the drugs get back in there? And they're like, what drugs? We don't know anything about any drugs. You can't prove there were drugs here. Well, at that point, then they can't let anybody back in the house. And I get it. They have the right to remain silent, but at some point, you have to be able to show, then turn around and say, ha ha, see, they can't prove it. It's like, well, no, they're able to draw a reasonable inference from your refusal to help.
Yeah, I get the idea of not giving the government more information than they need, but in this situation, if you have time to prepare, why would you just not make everything spotless and open it all up? Like,
well, that's an issue, but also they would have to say, how did the drugs get in the home? And if they won't give an answer, the agency's not going to let the kids back in, because if you won't tell us who brought him in, like, and I'm surprised they aren't lying and saying Aaron did it. And like, see, Aaron's gone.
Well, they know that they can't say Aaron did it because they know that coke won't last a couple of days in that house, let alone 6 weeks.
I mean, yes, but they haven't been making the best decisions so far. So I'm surprised that they've done a pretty good job of staying quiet. And then Kayla's attorney stops and he rests. So then the kid's attorney, Mr. Greiner, gets up and he has cross-examination. Now imagine these kids had to listen to all that. They had to listen to all this shit go down.
So the oldest is in the courtroom. Are the other kids here?
The three oldest are in the courtroom. All of them that are above 10 are in the courtroom. That's the crazy part here. So we get to it, and she says, to your knowledge, the last time there was actually proof there were drugs in the home, at least in the form of so-called reliable hearsay. That's what I would have. I like that so-called reliable hearsay. I applaud him, because when I read this, I'm like, that sounds like me on a transcript. Like this, like, and I've caught myself before, because I've almost done like the reliable information you've received is from May 23rd of 2024, and she says correct. And he's like, looking at my calendar, that's been a little while. That was approximately 2 weeks ago today, and she says correct. And she said, you agree the parents have a pretty serious pending criminal matter. They're facing criminal charges, and they have a fundamental right under the United States and Minnesota constitutions not to incriminate themselves. He says, yes. And she says, he says, would you agree they're in a very untenable situation of not wanting to compromise a criminal case, but also wanting to have their children back, but faced with an untenable issue of cooperating at the expense of incriminating themselves? And she says, correct. And to your knowledge, there's no proof that the home is still cluttered or hard to walk around, correct? And this attorney is pointing out The house was cluttered and hard to walk around. So see, we're getting when these questions are being asked, we can learn like, okay, so the house really was bad. And it sounds like it was really bad. Like it was hard to walk around in. Not just, oh, it was a little messy or dirty like some people were trying to sweep for. No, it sounds like it was really fucking bad. It was hard to walk around in. And yes, in here, the kid's attorney says, do you agree the Minnesota monitoring is the gold standard for urinalysis for drug testing and relied upon by both the Kanawha County Community Corrections, the jail and probation, and Children's Services? She is correct. It's like, okay, so we know Nick for sure tested positive for alcohol. And it sounds like we know for sure the kid tested positive for cocaine. Thank you for admitting that, counselor.
I can quit anytime I want.
Yeah, that's a great stipulation. Would you agree that getting up to at least the basics of signs of intoxication, whether cocaine or any substance, one could get a working knowledge very quickly by simply Googling the issue and watching a few YouTube videos? And this is where I wish she would have said this. She's like, you mean like Nick's videos?
Oh, that would have been good. Yeah. Oh man.
Well, that's what I mean. Like this, you have to be careful when and this is the thing. You've got to be very careful when you say stuff, because if she would have said that, it's not only your client getting raked, you're raking yourself up there. And nobody wants to get raked. Nobody wants to get felted. And this attorney almost felt it. The kid's attorney almost felt it, Nick. Watching a few YouTube videos, perhaps in as short as 30 minutes. Well, if you watched Alyssa clips or Stallion 19, I'm sure you could figure it out within about 30 minutes, Nick's prior history of intoxication and warning signs.
Oh man, if Alyssa gets mentioned in the court documents, it's just meme magic is just real. We just have to accept.
Yes. When the man and the meme become one.
It's too perfect.
Yes. And then he says, from the grandparents' perspective, did they say anything about who they have witnessed being under the influence? And she says, they have not seen anybody of their knowledge under the influence for the paternal grandparents. Well, I'm sure they've seen drunk people. Could you be more specific? And see, here's the thing, though. Like, when Nick was growing up in the hood in Houston on those mean streets, as he talks about where people were getting killed all the time, and the cops were walking up to the black kids and screaming at them that they're going to prison.
Did he say like someone was getting shot every day there or something?
Yeah,
like that?
People were dying out in the streets, the mean streets of Chicago, or mean streets of Houston. Little Nick's out there, like, playing with like Transformers, and the Crips and the Latin Kings are just right in front of his house. Nick went to school with a kid. His face is on a t-shirt. Like, yeah, Nick was thugging it up, man.
Well, now his face is on a t-shirt being sold by the Cow Strain.
Well, that's not the t-shirts I was referring to, but yes. Do they talk about the signs of alcohol intoxication? And she says, yeah, they probably did when I stepped out. And they said, would you agree the grandparents were the ones that it's hard to tell, raise the parents, at least one of the parents of the children. And she's, are you asking if the grandparents are their parents? And they say yes. That's I understand what he's getting at, but that's a very clunky question, the way he says it. He says, yes, they're the ones that raised them. That's what I'm asking. She says, to my understanding, yes. So they have decades of experience being parents. Yes, I don't think they have decades of experience of their children getting coked out of their gourds. And from that perspective, are experts in what is appropriate parenting conduct. Like, this is where I think, the kid's attorney, it's like, Nick's parents are going to be like, Nick, are you sure it's okay to wear that baldo around the house with the kids out? What are they going to do? And he says, do you agree they're skilled in recognizing immediately what is inappropriate parenting? She says, I can't speak to that. And to be fair, she has no idea what the fuck they know or don't know. And then they say, in the context of the grandparent supervising visitation of the children, the context of Nick and Kayla, would you agree that while they may not have expert recognition of every controlled substance, well, they don't need to. They just need to know Coke, that the parents could take, that they would be extremely skilled in recognizing whether any sort of drug use was prejudicing or somewhat affecting the otherwise appropriate parenting behavior. And the prosecutor says, like, I'm going to reject that speculation. She already said she doesn't know if they know the signs of being under the influence. And that's true. They don't know. She doesn't know what they know because they said they don't know anybody. They've already said they don't know. So if they don't know, they've already, yeah. So the kid's attorney keeps going, and he says, would you agree the best recognition for evidence of intoxication is positive drug test? And she says that's a form of recognition. And he says, would you agree the parents are consistently providing negative urinalysis? That's effectively conclusive evidence they're not using and not under the influence. And she would say, yeah, and this is a bit of a scummy answer for them. Urinalysis has a cutoff and drug testing has a cutoff. And if they're not testing, then if they're not hitting the cutoff limits, then are they really intoxicated at that point? And I would argue no. And they point out the cutoffs are there for a reason. And she says it doesn't mean abstinence. And he's saying, I'm talking about the issue of influence. Would you agree if they're consistently providing negative urine tests, that's strong evidence they're not under the influence? And she says, yeah, it would be. I would say corroborating evidence, but there are other things that would demonstrate being under the influence. And he says, so you disagree, if I'm hearing you correctly, that drug tests, urine tests are not strong evidence. And she's saying it's the urine test plus their behavior. That if a person using, that's why we go through a safety meeting, what the red flags are, what the triggers are. And this is good cross-examination by the kid's attorney at this point. He's saying, once again, my question is, do you agree or disagree that negative urine tests are strong evidence? And this is actually a good part right here, because this is, like I said, guys, there are parts of this that are really good. This is good cross-examination, the way this little bit here. I would have stopped her and said, no, I'm asking you yes or no. Letting her get in the rest of this, I think, was a little bit, he shouldn't have done that, but it's not too bad. But yes, she finally says, yes, I would agree. And then he says, so in terms of a safety plan, if I'm hearing correctly, you're looking for, as part of the plan, the Minnesota monitoring urine test. In part because they're going to show almost conclusively one way or another where there's drug use going on. A chemical use assessment, follow the recommendations. Yeah, but that one, I'd love to be in a room while Nick's doing a drug and alcohol assessment. Well, do you have any problem drinking, using drugs? No, I'm fine. You don't get it.
This, like Nick was explaining, like the pissing panopticon, where there's like mirrors in all these different angles, like.
Yeah, well, they want to make sure you're not like bringing in fake urine. Yeah,
I mean, it makes sense, but it's just like so ridiculous. I never would have even thought about that.
Well, that's because people will. That's because there's so many people have figured out how to try to game the system.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's fake bladders and fake things like little hoses you run along your pecker, and you got a bladder like up here you can leak out. Like, oh, I've had clients get caught doing that all the time.
Did you ever hear about there was this doctor that was like going out there like raping people or something, and he actually put like a tube of someone else's blood inside his arm, so that when they did a blood draw test, they drew someone else's blood.
No,
so we could pass a DNA test. And then they tested it again years later, and it was still in there. But when they tried to draw it again, it didn't get as much blood because he didn't refill it or anything. He just left it in there.
That's
how they got him. Yeah, it's a crazy situation.
Wow. Yes, wow. And they said, what other specifics would you need in place before recommending that kids go home? And she says, so as part of the safety meeting, go through what somebody would look like under the influence, and then, and they say, like, how long would it take for you to sit down and explain it to him? She's like, I don't know. How long would it take for him to learn? And, it's like, how long is this? An hour, a 3-week course? What are we talking about? She's like, in an hour and a half, we could probably get them done. And they said, would you be willing to give priority to have that meeting if assuming the grandparents are willing to participate? And she said, we already did it. And they said, would you be willing to have another one expedited if they came to the position of wanting to participate at the home with Nick and Kayla? And she says, we can expedite it, but it's going to be contingent on being able to pull together a facilitator. So they're going to have to get like Mr. Mackey and go, drugs are bad, okay? And then they go back to this plan from Kayla's attorney that the grandparents are going to live in the home. And he said, what would stop if we gave them their 1 hour education and sort of took into account they're certainly skilled at recognizing the issues? And they're not in a position to do two things. One, monitor to make sure that the kids are being parented properly. Two, make sure there's no drugs there. She said, And she says that, he says that, would you agree the grandparents would be able to know something suspicious going on? And she says, yes. And then the appropriate cleaning, taking care of the house, remove any residual exposure. And that's why the house needs to be properly cleaned, because there were drugs in the home. There's contamination. Now, it's not like a meth lab level of contamination, but they have to make sure that the kids can't interact with the drugs secondarily at this point. And then, yes, this is where you're talking about it. Yes. The kid's attorney says, I was informed that the kid's understanding anyway, that the grandparents went through that house with the parents to thoroughly clean it out. So it sounds like even then, over Memorial Day weekend, with 3 to 7 people cleaning that house, it was still a mess. Because they said it was still cluttered, it's still kind of dirty. But it's been 2 weeks, and it took like all of them to do it and help clean it up. Oof. That's rough. That's rough. So there you go. That's a thing you were asking about right there.
Mm-hmm. They got the grandparents.
Yeah.
So
Nick's parents and Kayla's parents probably helped.
Imagine lifting a finger. Imagine cleaning your house. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. Hey, Dad, can you help me clean up the trap house? Yeah. It's like, hold on. Hey, Dad, I need you to clean out the bunkers. Where are you going, son? I need to clean the bathroom. 6 hours later. What were you doing? Oh, yeah, the bathroom's fine now. Oh.
Watch out for those dog toys on the floor, though.
Yeah.
Those are murder. I got to ask the chat, though. You got to hit that like button on the stream. Come on now, guys. Come on. Hit that like button. More likes.
Remember, though, guys,
views.
this is all perjury, apparently, or there was perjury committed here. It's kind of funny. You remember, as Nick says, the real story's coming out. It's like, yeah, I know. Learning a lot of stuff allegations were made and now they're being confirmed, either through your own statements or statements and other things being posed by other parties. And she says that, I know they were part of cleaning up after the warrant was executed. And then they say, well, assuming that it was true, it would strongly suggest there's no more drugs present. And guys, I think we're at the last, we got one more row to go after this. In the house. And she says, yes, but I did not smell any bleach when I was in there. And that would be a component of wiping every surface down with bleach as far as walls, countertops, etc. But here's the problem, chat. We can't use bleach. Bleach is dangerous, like Nick says. There's bleach in every home in America, and that's so dangerous. The kids could drink it. I mean, those kids might come walk in the home, and they'll breathe in that bleach, and they'll get exposed to it. We can't have bleach in the homes. It's so dangerous.
I love Nick's argument that he knows 100% that there is no bleach in his house, but do you really know if there's cocaine in your house? You don't know that. There could be anything in your house. Do you really know what's in your house? But bleach, there's no bleach in my house.
Yeah, do you really know? Do you really know what's in the house? I'm pretty sure I know what the fuck's in my house right now. I'm pretty sure I know.
I'm pretty confident with mine as well.
But do you know? Do you really know?
Yes.
Yes.
It's that simple. Yeah, I do.
Shauna's a miserable person and obviously no kids. What's the issue here? I'm not the one out there making issues about, well, cocaine, what's worse than cocaine? Bleach. I mean, I'm just saying.
Oh my
gosh. Kimbo says, yes, use cleaning vinegar, 40% strength. Yeah, but they want bleach. They want it to be cleaned out very, very good. The bleach that would start. I mean, it smelled like French fries in the house, but you got to use bleach to thoroughly decontaminate. And the other problem is you have bleach, but then it's like regular bleach or bleach with all the crap in it. But no, regular bleach is actually a very good disinfectant. It also decontaminates a lot of chemical exposures.
Does it get rid of mysterious brown substances?
Yes, I think so. So, and then the attorney says, and the kid's attorney says, okay, besides the urinalysis, the drug testing, the safety plans, is there anything else you would need before you're in a position to recommend the children and the grandparents being able to move back in the parents' home, and or the children being able to return home without the grandparents? And then she says, sure, they can do it, but Nick and Kayla can't be in the home. Oh, wow. It's like, yeah, we would, if the parents were to move into the residence of the children with the children, they'd have to do it without Nick and Kayla being home. We would also need to come up with a plan of how their access to the home would be restricted. Therefore, their access would not be unsupervised. Oof. Well, can the kids go home? Sure, if Nick and Kayla aren't there. Wow. Yeah.
Just
and he
two
says,
two more weeks, and the kids are going to be back in the house. Just 2 more weeks, Sean. Trust the plan.
Well, and and the funny thing is, Nick says he's like, I'm not familiar with these types of cases, and I'm like, then how the fuck do you know what's going on? I mean, that's just something.
I guess he's in a position where he just has to believe that he's going to win this on the Barnes a government conspiracy defense, and then everything else gets thrown out as a result. It doesn't seem very likely at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But...
Oh, I know, and I think Nick thinks he's going to win, and it's going to act like a sovereign citizen when they tell the story. I led the prosecutor out in handcuffs, and I led the sheriff out in handcuffs, and I marched them over to the jail myself. It's going to be like what's that movie with The Rock where he's got the 2x4? Walking Tall.
I don't think I've seen.
He's like, I cleaned up the community. Walking Baldo. And he says, the attorney says, though, I'm talking about a situation where the parents have continual access, but effectively under the direct supervision of grandparents. And she knows that, but she's saying, I'm not going to let that happen. Is there anything else you would need in place you haven't already said? And she said, we would need to know, like I said, how the arrangements would take place when the grandparents are unable to provide supervised contact. And he says, right now, the children are living 24/7 with the grandparents. And she says, yes. And she says, uncle's giving respite. And she says, no. And they said, where are the 2 youngest children right now? The other 2 are in the care of another family member. So the 3 oldest ones are with Kayla's mom and stepdad. And then the other 2 are with another family member, the 2 youngest.
I'm not sure if it mentions this. Is the uncle the husband of Kayla's sister?
I don't know. And I kind of, that's what I was spitballing that when I was reading this the first time. And I think that might be maybe they're with Aunt, whatever her name is.
Yeah, because I heard that 2 of the kids were with a family member that was just looking after them. And I believe there was Kayla's sister said something to the police in the previous documents. I'm not entirely sure on that one. But it could be that maybe the kids went over to the uncle and aunt's house, and then they started telling stories, and then they started to get concerned, and that's what led to the report from Kayla's sister. Yeah,
maybe we don't really know yet. Yeah, and she says they're with another family member, and then the kid's attorney then says, any reason that when the grandparents leave, if they need to leave the residence with the parents still there, they couldn't just take the kids with them and or get the uncle involved to assist. It's like if grandma and grandpa need to go somewhere, they would have to drag all the kids around with them. That's so unreasonable of a thing. Anytime they have to go do stuff in their life, they're going to have to drag the kids around. I don't see that happening. That's going to be a logistical issue at some point. Because remember, they're homeschooled kids. And she says, yes, that could happen. She says, but when the grandparents sleep, they're not able to supervise, and that's fair. Although it's going to be, grandparents are going to have to, it's like Nom, they're going to have to rotate watch.
To be fair, old people don't sleep that much. They usually like
wake
up pretty early too.
Yes, but all the grandparents are gonna have to sit there. It's like rotating shift watch in Vietnam, like making sure nobody gets in the wire.
Yeah, and it's like 5 kids as well, so it's like I'm not saying it's not gonna be easy or anything, but like
no.
And
they're gonna have to put like a noisemaker on Nick's door.
If they don't have like a minivan already, like even just going to the shop, someone will have to stay home. Like they have to divide up.
It's gonna be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
And he says, "Is there anything else that you need in place before the grandparents can move in? If that where the kids move back?" And she says, "I would have to do a further consultation. That would be all I'm aware of at this time without consulting the agency further." And she would have to clear that and make sure it's all okay. And then he stops. And then the prosecutor is given a chance to go. And are there any other follow-up questions? This is redirect. And she says, "I just want to clarify a couple of things." And she says, "You have no idea do you have any idea where Nick and Kayla will move to if they were not allowed in the home?" And she says, "They haven't said so. I know they own a second residence. She said, I have been giving conflicting information on that." She says, "I believe according to the GIS search, it's on the same property as the family home." And they said, "Has anybody been able to look at the home to see if it'd be safe?" And she said, "No." And then this is where, once again, the kid's attorney, this kind of gets blown up a little bit. They said, consistent urine test, when they look toward family supervision, when it demonstrates sobriety. And she says, "Yes, what is demonstrated sobriety?" We asked for identifying what someone would look like under the influence, what they may look like, and if they're using cocaine or any other non-prescribed drugs, as well as 60 days of negative drug tests. So that's why Nick is coming up with the 60 days thing.
Mm.
So we'll see.
Yeah, I think Nick said that Nick streamed today, right?
Yeah, he did.
But his kids are at his house or something? They're like visiting?
No, he said they were coming over. So it sounds like the grandparents are bringing him over. And it sounds like, now Nick says that.
I thought he said that the kids were at the house before the stream, though.
Well, yeah, but there's probably no limitation on the supervision of supervised visits by the grandparents. So maybe they took them and then they went and they like, well, we have to go, and then they're coming back. I don't really know. There's generally no limit on that. Once the agency is allowed, like the grandparents or the family members to be in control of the visitation, you could visit all the damn time. You could visit all day long if you want to. So this is where we're getting the 60 days and negative drug tests. And that's where Nick's getting the 60-day thing. So that's where...
So that's why it sounds so confident saying that 2 more weeks is going to be the day.
Yeah. And that's... And they said, and then you did see a drug test that the parents took yesterday. She says that's correct. Is that the final confirmation? She says it does not look to be so. There's no quantitative levels on it. It's just a positive or a negative. And then the prosecutor says, "What's your understanding of a urine test?" And she says, typically they do a quick test at Minnesota Monitoring, which will come and show the positive or negative. If it's positive, it's then sent off for further confirmation of what the level is. And if that level is above the threshold over the cutoff. And they said there's a lot of talk about whether Children's Services has any evidence that Nick is a drug user. What is the agency's concern? And she said that the children were found to be living in an environment where there were drugs and drug paraphernalia, and paraphernalia found they could access as well as in their residence. And our concern is the children had access to those substances. And then they said if the grandparents were able to move in the Recatus home, would that present any type of licensing issue? And she says, actually, yes, that would. And what's the issue? The foster home cannot. She's scratched that. The licensed foster parent, the licensed foster home cannot be the home of which the children were removed from, which I think is a little weird. She just said we could do all that, and now the prosecutor brings it up, and she's like, "Oh, wait, we can't." No, I think they're saying is the parents can't be there. And they said, "And what impact does the licensing issue have on the placement?" And she says it would mean that the house could not be licensed. Therefore, the people residing in that home would not be able to get licensed and the children cannot be placed with them. Now, I think that's also the issue, saying that they have to go. They have to leave. Oh, Jeff's here. Hey, Jeff, how you doing?
Yeah, he's being funny
Yes,
in the
once
chat.
a month. Once a month is even too much.
How's it going, Jeff?
Yes. Yeah, how you doing, Jeff?
It's probably as hot in Korea as it is in Japan right now, so I feel bad for Jeff. I got to go out in about 30 minutes as well.
Oh, very hot. Oh.
Yeah.
So there's recross examination. And this is, you don't normally get recross, but sometimes you can have it. And then this is Nick's attorney again saying, what cleaning protocol have you given the Ricadas as far as bleach and whatnot? And she said, I haven't given the Ricadas any protocol at this time. Part of it's because every time I tried to address that issue, even what substance was there, they said they won't even discuss that, and they don't necessarily believe that it was even in their home.
I mean, we've all got our own headcanon, right? Like, you have,
Remember,
this is quite a fairy tale.
They have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, and I get they're trying to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand Nick's like, well, we don't really know. It's like, this is where, as I've done before, this is where we need to have the, like, honey, Nick, baby, Nikki, booby. We know it's there. We know what was there. You know that we know that you know what was there. I get it. They haven't proven it. Okay. Well, when they prove it, what's your next step? Like, just wash your fucking house out with some bleach. Just scrub a dub. Bleach it up. Just bleach it. And you'll be good. Like, just do it. Just use the bleach, man. Yeah, no one could possibly. The world may never know what was there.
I mean, yeah, maybe we're all like brains in the Matrix, in jars in the Matrix or some shit, and then the cocaine isn't real, but probably not. I'm gonna wager probably not.
The Matrix is telling me this cocaine stimulates my brain. It's like it says Cyrus when he's eating the steak. He said, "The Matrix tells me the steak is juicy and tasty."
When you invited me onto this. When you invited me on, I was about to have lunch. So now I'm delaying my lunch until after this stream. Don't talk about juicy steaks. I'm really hungry.
Okay, well. I'm sorry.
I'm okay. It's fine. It's always fun to hang out.
So she's like, I can't even talk to her because they won't even tell me what was there or agree to what was there. Well, why does she just say, look, okay, you mopes, use fucking bleach and I'll get back to you? I'm sure that Nick's like, our home, bleach is a 5-letter word. We don't have that here. It could kill someone.
I mean, the cocaine was so easy to access, though, like, allegedly, right? But, like, a bleach bottle is actually pretty tricky to get into. Like, that's the funny thing, is that the bleach would be more secured, in theory. I mean, there was apparently a safe, but it's just always open, and there's just coke all over the bathroom and master bedroom, so. Like, I actually would trust a bottle of bleach. They have those special child.
Oh, bleach is 6 letters. My bad, not 5. But yes, we don't have bleach in this house. We will never have bleach.
Lawyer math and
Nick looks at him.
And lawyer spelling as well. It's lawyer math and lawyer spelling at the same time.
My point got across. Nick probably chased her out of the house, screaming at her. Do you think we put bleach in this home? Do you think we're child abusers? We will never have bleach in this house. This is a bleach-free house. He's like, you see what this means? It says chlorine, keep moving. Not welcome here. This is an ammonia house only. And they said, as the kids' attorneys pointed out, they're facing criminal charges. You understand that? She says, yes. And she says, do you blame them for needing to be very careful about what they tell you? And she said, are you asking my opinion? She said, like, are you blaming them? Are you somehow, quote unquote, throwing them under the bus because they aren't being as honest as you'd like? And she says, I can state somebody's cooperation level and if they are compliant with the questions being asked. The prosecutor says, but if your questions you're asking could implicate them or worsen their situation, that's not an issue for you. And she's like, it's not my issue. She's like, I've worked around this many times with people that I've worked with. And then the prosecutor's like, so why have you not provided them even with a sheet of paper that says, here's what you need to do to remediate the home so that we at the agency are happy? And she says, well, I would want to walk through there and let them know what surfaces to clean, how to clean each surface, and I haven't been able to walk through the home. And that's fair. She's like, I want you to do it a certain way. You have to do what I say. And they won't. And they said, you weren't able to step into the master bedroom, right? She says, yes. And she said, if they allow you in the home, would that alleviate some concern? She said, well, at least I can show them what to do and how to clean. And here's the thing, guys. Do Nick and Kayla know how to clean a surface? I would presume so. But remember, they treat everyone the same because they are going to run into people who don't know how to clean and care for their children or care for themselves. The idea that Nick and Kayla wouldn't know how to do it, I mean, they would know, but they treat everybody the same way. Everybody gets the same instruction and information. So if you guys are wondering why they're going and treating them like they're 5, they treat everyone like they're 5. And she would provide them with a list of how to clean each surface. And then the prosecutor points out that when you showed up, they were actually on their way to go post bond. She said, I do. And that time was an issue. Which I think is interesting. They're, kept on saying, come on over, come on over, come on over. And then they're like, oh, wait, no, we got to go post bond. And then she says, yeah, I told Nick and Kayla to let me know. And this is part of the issue, too, that's slowed things down. They sought, they wanted their counsel there before they talked to me. And they have stated that I could come back to the home and, we could meet at the agency before court or meet here before court. And she said after that meeting, after the last court hearing, they wanted their counsel present at all meetings, which that's a problem because now they got to go schedule with the attorneys to come to do things. And she says, now I haven't been able to coordinate meetings at their home with their counsel. So, yeah. That's part of the issue there. It's like, yes, you have all those rights, but when you start asserting them all, it starts causing issues. So, the agency hasn't been working with us. Well, you're demanding they do a bunch of stuff to comply with your terms. It's going to be a while. And then they say, so you haven't received any voicemails from Nick? Is that what you're saying? And she said, I received one. She says, no, I take that back.
No shower. Wait, the one shower call confirmed?
Yeah. Maybe the one to which I responded. The one I received yesterday repeating the I think it's repeating the release to Minnesota Monitoring as well as from Nick, as well as his request for the release of information that he signed for me for the prosecutor's office. I did not, because by the time I received that voicemail or listened to that voicemail, I had already distributed that to the county attorney's office and received the emails from both attorneys requesting that information. So once the attorneys get involved, she's kind of limited in how she could communicate. And then as far as the second residence, I think the prosecutor had asked you whether you had a chance to go through it. She said no. And if you're able to do a walkthrough of that residence and maybe physically see for yourself how far these homes are, would that make you feel any better? And she'd say, I'd have to go back and consult with my boss. And that's fair. She's like, I don't know. I'd have to get my boss to approve that. And there's like, how far apart do the houses need to be? And she said, I don't know, but we would need to look at it. And then this is where Nick's attorney is like, are you afraid that they're somehow going to sneak back into the house? And she's like, yes, there are concerns they would have access to the children unsupervised. Yes.
That's pretty reasonable, really. If it's like, if it's maybe there's some woods or something, but if it's like next door, of course they could just go like after night or
they're
something.
pretty freaking close.
Of course they would. Like,
yeah.
It's like hiding your cat when the landlord comes over, but just with the parents instead.
Yeah.
Just hiding the second house.
Yeah. And then the oldest is how old now? 16. And, are there concerns you have him of visiting with Nick and Kayla unsupervised or even supervised with a grandparent? And she says there's visits that are supervised by the grandparents. And then they go back to what about the oldest one? And yeah, there's a concern he could go out and be unsafe or endangered as he was already in a residence where he was unsafe. And if they're in that second residence, how could you deem it unsafe? And she's saying, you mean with the parents are there? and the prosecutor objects. But the court says we're going to allow it to continue. And she says, did you understand the question? She has to repeat it. She's like, let me restate. Let me rephrase it. So we've been talking about the parents potentially or possibly living in a second home. Yes. And there are concerns if the children somehow make their way over to that residence, that would be a concern. Is that accurate? They say there's also a concern Nick and Kayla would have access to that home unsupervised and have access to the kids unsupervised. And now they're saying, but wait, let's pretend that we're only going to focus on the oldest child. You know, what safety concerns would there be if he were to go over to the second house and talk to his parents? And they're saying they would need demonstrated sobriety to ensure that he's not being left with the people who are actively using. And this is the problem where she's saying, okay, or actively under the influence. This is where you're asking an open-ended question, and she's saying the people who have demonstrated that they have sobriety issues. Like that was a really bad question. She left it open, and the caseworker kept talking. And then they say, but you have no proof that either parent is used, right? She says, I have no proof that they've used those substances found in their home.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to introduce to the record Alyssa Clips.
Yes.
The Coke stream.
Yes.
They do have some YouTube videos and evidence, don't they? So
I'm sure the police, the sheriff's department downloaded a bunch of them.
The internet is forever. You got to be careful.
Yeah, they are. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. And it, it's up there, and even then it's going to be clipped out. And the thing is, hopefully, if they only have clips, it actually will be easy for Nick to argue. How do you know that wasn't adulterated or edited prior to you getting it? Now, the big thing that'll hurt Nick in that regard is they'd say, we would try to use the original, but he deleted it.
Actually, I have my own theory about that. I think it's not deleted. I think it's just privated. Because Nick said a long time ago on one of his streams back when I used to watch his show quite regularly that he always privates instead of deleting, because if you delete something, you can't appeal it if it gets struck. Because when he had that Duncan MacLeod guy on, he was getting a lot of fake reporting from the Keffels crowd. So it probably is just still there in private. So they can probably easily get it from him as a discovery request.
Yes. All right. And then they're saying, so you want them to disprove something that hasn't even been proven. Now, I love how Nick's attorney's trying to do this. Like, you want them to disprove something that hasn't been proven. It's like, because they aren't cooperating with us. This is a very, you're not going to, the judge here is not going to go, oh, well, they got a point. He's going to be like, I know what the fuck you two are doing. I know what Nick and Kayla are doing. I'm not retarded. And she said, if they were to be supplied, if they supplied a negative hair test, that would provide proof they haven't used those substances.
That's when they refused to reply.
Well, remember, that's when Nick said, well, I took it, but I also know there'd be all kinds of crap going on out there. Remember Nick said that?
Mm-hmm.
Or how did he phrase it again? He's like, well, I know I'd test positive because I was around a bunch of people doing shit. It's like, that doesn't make you sound any better.
Also, that wouldn't happen unless, again, he's like exposed to this like crack cocaine in the air or something, which even he doesn't even get this.
It doesn't really work like that.
It's a metabolite test, not a substance test.
Yes, it's a metabolite.
The body has to metabolize it. It's not something you just pick up from contact.
Yes. J-Rex says, you don't understand. They called Barnes. Yes.
Yes. He works on the Swiss mercenary model of lawfare, as I understand it from his.
Well, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Like,
all lawyers mercenaries, essentially?
No, because there's a lot of lawyers who won't take certain types of cases. Like Nick said, he'll never do a DUI because he's worried about like that person. If he helps that person get off, they might go kill somebody or whatever. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
A weird thing to say when he's getting like.
No.
I mean, he was getting.
It's not necessarily. There are a lot of it. There's. Well, I mean, like for example, with like court-appointed cases. Yeah, but there's like, for example, with court-appointed cases, there are attorneys who, for a court, like if they don't have a public defender's office set up, they'll sign up and they'll say, Your Honor, I'd like to not take cases involving children as victims. Like they don't want to do kiddie porn cases.
Yeah,
Because
that stuff will break you after a time. Like you can only do that for so
I
long
mean,
before it
like,
drives
yeah,
you crazy.
you compartmentalize it. I mean, because like part of a kiddie porn case is you have to go watch the stuff because you have to verify, yes, is this actually child pornography? Because you can't just take the government's word for it. And then you see like if they have the documentation and the things they can show where like, yes, this is part of our database of it. We confirm that these children are in this video, like all that crap. Those are things like that, child abuse, child neglect cases. There are people out there who don't like doing the sex offenses. And most courts will try to work with people. Like they won't shove those attorneys into those roles. But I mean, I don't worry about like what you've done or who you're representing. I think it's whether or not you have a good case. Generally speaking. So I mean, yes, I think most attorneys should have gun will travel.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. Battle of says, I'm walking on sunshine.
That must be a brutal job though. Like, holy shit. A long time ago, I used
Oh,
to
you
work in
mean
a hospital.
oh, you mean doing
And
this? Like defense work or
oh no,
prosecuting?
like the FBI CP stuff and things like that.
Oh
That
yeah,
sounds
yeah.
absolutely soul
Zero
crushing.
Fuck said, would I defend Chris Chan? Sure. If that came my way, I'd defended him. And if I could figure out a way to get his case dismissed and him walk out the door, goddamn right, I'd fucking do it. Because my job is to represent people and go hard in the paint for them. So anyway, let's get to this. Is Kayla's attorney doing recross examination? It says, earlier you stated regards to Mr. Riqueda's drug use, your main concern was that there were drugs and drug paraphernalia in the home, which the children could have had access, right? Yes, and she said yes, and the parents would be using drugs. And he says, so we've alleviated that concern, haven't we? Didn't they take all the drugs and drug paraphernalia out of the house? Once again, yes, like this is not admissible to them both, but yes, thank you. Like we're agreeing there were drugs and drug paraphernalia in the home. Thank you. You don't know. We're going to learn the whole story. Once again, yes, Nick, we are learning the whole story. And she says, yes, they did. The parents have had access to that house since the drugs were removed. And you're concerned that there's drugs and drug paraphernalia back in the house. And she's saying, I don't have proof that there's not. And they said, and with regards to cleaning, you're not suggesting we do environmental testing for contamination. She said, no. And then the kid's attorney goes, and he's the last one. So here we go, chat. And we'll get to the super chats and all that stuff in a minute, guys. You said the grandparents couldn't be placed or the children couldn't be placed with the grandparents as being in the foster care. They could be placed back with the parents and the grandparents being on site, not in any capacity to be foster care providers, but rather just to be grandparents supervising, which is a practical matter would have the same effect. Do you agree with this? Well, I would say Nick's parents could do this. Kayla's probably couldn't as licensed foster parents. They'd have to lose their license. And she's saying, I would agree that's a possibility. I don't believe the agency would support that. And he says, it sounds like there's no situation or circumstances the agency would support the grandparents being in the home at this time. Well, it kind of does sound like that. The children being in the home at this time. And that's because he's saying about the grandparents, she's pointing out, no, it's about the children. And then the court's saying, is that a question or a statement? And he says, yes. And then the court says, is that a question? Like, there's a little confusion about what's being said here. And then Kayla's attorney says, actually, it wasn't. And he said, well, it was a statement. And he's like, but in the form of, like, I can't put a question mark at the end of it. And he said that she took it as a question, then I meant it as a question. And he says, I don't have any other questions or statements. And then this is very typical. The court gets to ask questions. the court gets to ask the kids what's up, or court gets to ask Sweep what's going on. And he says, I just have one question. I just want to clarify. So the parents have revoked releases. Is that right? Yes. All the releases to the agency and the Minnesota monitoring, right? And she says, they have revoked the release at Minnesota monitoring. The revocation states that they revoked the release of their information to Candioi County Health and Human Services, any entity associated with Candioi County Health and Human Services, any staff, as well as Ms. Pierce, who's with the prosecutor's office, and the county attorney's office. And then the judge says, all right, thank you. You may step down. Now notice, that's what the court's focusing on. They revoked their release, and they have the right to do that, but the court has the right to draw a negative inference because of that. So there you go. Like the court's going to notice that.
Also,
And
just for people that are actually believing Nick's story about he's tested clean for every drug test, what about this test? If it tested clean, why is it revoked?
Yeah. Yeah.
But of course, he's
So
using
that's
his,
it.
he's
And then
using
they
what
says,
he's
all
using
right,
on
you can
different
step
tests.
down. Now, I don't know who else testified. This is only part of the hearing.
Oh, there's more to come?
Well, because this stops. This is the end of Alecia Sweep's testimony.
So what's
So
missing from
Minnesota Public Records, if you have the other part, can you please just put it up? Because cutting this out like that is kind of... You kind of like, I need to know the rest now. I am like a cocaine addict staring at my coffee table. Like, I need the rest of it. I really do.
Are these records open on Saturday?
I don't know. Well, no, because you got to go to a courthouse, it sounds like, and I don't think you can get into a courthouse on a Saturday.
Yeah, and I have a theory that...
MN Records got a bunch of these on hand.
Yeah, and they're just like stocking them. And then
he's got... Minnesota Public Records is just sitting there, and he's like...
Just waiting for Nick to stream.
He's going through his like curation. He's like, which one am I going to drop today?
Should just drop everything. We need it all.
Just
no. Come on now.
No, don't do that. Like, no. It's got to be the drip.
Yeah, because Nick streamed today, so it was like, oh, it's Saturday. It'd be a safe day to stream. There'd be no accessing to documents, but I guess not.
Yes.
Really makes you wonder what else they have then. Really, that really makes you think.
Polly said they could get custody of the kids to the nanny. She's trustworthy. Yes.
Well, she was smart enough to leave, so yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Tim
she was
Beatty
with them
saying
for 5 years, wasn't she?
Yeah, Tim Beatty saying that the court reporters MN Public Records. No, because it's somebody who's going into court, and I don't know how they're getting a hold of this like this. But once again,
I think it's Jade. I think it's Jade doing it.
Jade and Jim, yeah.
Yeah.
Some real 24-hour gay ops right there. That's some real 24-hour ops. I know. Oh, that would be interesting.
Not a lot else to do in Minnesota, though. So
yeah, I know.
Something to pass the time.
Well, Nick, yeah. Well, Jim has been complaining about the deer in his yard, so he was showing that on Twitter. It's like I feel your pain, Jim.
Problem to have. What a delicious problem to have.
Well, yeah, I know, but Jim's in like not good shape right now. I don't think he can go kill him.
Is Jade Korean? Just send her up to the roof. She can take care of it.
Yes, buy a court doc for your court doc. But yes, whoever did it, yeah, they've got them all ready to go. They've just got their quiver loaded up, and they're just picking the right one. You know, they're just like pull that arrow out, and they're like, oh yeah, this will be a good one. Just whack. So yeah, that's it, guys. That's a very interesting hearing. It's a very contested hearing. I liked what some of the things the attorneys did, but remember, based on some of their questions, they're admitting, yes, there were drugs and drug paraphernalia in the house. They were conceding the point. See, the home's clean now. Because remember, if your attorney says it, it's not a problem. That's not admissible against you. So, Odin React says, is this Kiwi Farms, Josh? No.
My parents, I've got A-log parents, and they felted me by giving me the name Josh because there's already a Josh in the sector. Yes. So it's unfortunate.
Yes.
For me. But no, I'm not Kiwi Farms Josh.
No, he's not that Josh.
Yeah.
No, he's not Null. He would not show his face on screen. He has a avatar he uses. But yes, guys, Nick's and Kayla's attorneys, and so do the kids' attorneys, have already established the fact that there were drugs in the home and the drugs have been removed. They aren't contesting that issue. So remember, now Nick's like, listen, you guys don't know. It's like, well, no, these attorneys already told us. Ta-da! Like, we already know now. It's been confirmed. Unless Nick's going to say his own attorney. All the attorneys are perjuring themselves. They all are. Q says if your attorney says that it's not a problem, that's not usable in court. What the attorney says on the record cannot be used against Nick or Kayla. Like that. So, yeah, I know Noel's been on camera before, but not recently. Meme Copium can't fake an American accent to save his life.
That's true. I can't.
You can't.
I'm not very good with accents.
All right. Well, we got some things here we need to catch up on. Tim says yes. Nick says MMPI lab tests are shit. The daughter's test is wrong. Also, Nick, take my urinalysis test. It's impeccable.
The gold standard for a urine analysis, really? Come on. Now.
Yes. I agree. That was very funny too. Pseudosnark says, did I understand Nick correctly? Is possessing bleach, child neglect in Minnesota? It explains the whole house being dirty. Like I said, yes. That's why they aren't clean. It's like, Your Honor, if we put shampoo in the home, the kids might drink it. They might drink the Tide Pods. We're only doing this to protect them. Then Mario Carter 13 says, Yana, Aaron Immel gave my kids Coke by cooking SpaghettiOs in the crack pan. Like, that could do it. That could do it. Yeah. Duncan Idaho says the Cracky Knoll thing made me laugh too. But I spelled it Cracky Nolan out of myself as a former WoW player. Embarrassing.
Yeah, I goes on that too.
Yeah.
It's hard to get out of. Yeah. It was fun times though.
Ag says Nick's second wife is present. Yes, the bonus wife.
That's such a... I can't even believe that. Like, why would you take her? Like, it's
I know. I wasn't joking. That is the weirdest thing I've ever heard of.
Did they just not think about, like, imagine the optics? Like,
no, because they're idiots.
Screw your optics, I'm going in. Like, what's going on here?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of that too, but I think Nick never expected all this to come out. I'm sure once this first transcript got leaked, Nick has been shitting himself. Like, oh my God, they're going to find it all. J-Rock, get the 10 memberships. Thank you, J-Rock. Slow-Mo Savage for 5 loonies, or 2.5 toonies. Says, I'm converting the image to text. Do you want the text version when done? Yeah, if you want to email it to me, that'd be perfect. Chris Kelly says, brilliant guest.
Oh, thanks.
Captain Stern says, Nick would milk this if it weren't him. Oh, I think he would.
How is this any different from covering any other?
I mean, we had all those Ronversations.
Yeah, he literally shared all of Ron's DMs.
Yeah. Badweather Biker says, remember, Nick said he was raised in the only white kid in the most murderous neighborhood in all of Houston. His parents probably know what under the influence of drugs looks like. Yeah, well, you know, for Nick, it's, you know, I mean, it's just, where's the thing here? Where is it? You know, when you
what you looking for?
Well, I'm just thinking of, hold on here. Where's the lyrics? It's like when you hear Thug Mansion and Nas is rapping and he, you know, talks about like his love for Akina Shakur or Afina Shakur. That's Tupac's mom. You know, it's like nothing but love for, you know, Mima Rakeda, because just like Tupac's mom, she was raised in a ghetto king in a war. You know, Nick the ghetto king, surviving out in the hard streets.
It's rough out there. It's rough out there.
Yeah, Dark Horse Productions. Thank you for becoming a member. Scarebro says, Sean, Asian parents would slip you a sharpened object and onigiri and demand you do the honorable thing. Yes. Oh, I'm sure.
It's jelly donuts for anyone that wants that localized for the onigiri.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sure they would say, you know, just like in The Last Samurai, it's like, you have caused me great dishonor. Well, there's something you can do about it. Here you go.
Speaking of onigiri, though, a funny coincidence, I'm actually meeting Legal Mindset for lunch in about an hour. Oh. I've got to go get ready. And we're
really?
having a secret A-log cabal over here.
So that's why he wasn't here.
Yeah.
So,
I
well,
think he's
you,
on the, I
what
think
is
he's
it,
on the
like you
train
and
right now. He's like
Max?
on the it's BP, Andrew, and I think there's another guy coming as well.
BP.
My friend from my stream. The
Oh,
catfish
okay.
man. The troublesome catfish man. That does a lot of 3D printing. And he's the one that made these train whistles. These ones right here.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be like the A-Log. It's going to be the A-Log Vonce conference.
Yeah, we're going to
Just
get together.
all plotting
and plan.
together.
Yeah. But thanks for having me on.
Of course.
I would
Tell
have loved
Andrew
to stay
hello.
to the end. But yeah, I'll say hi to him.
Tell Max hello.
I'll say goodbye to the chat and just remind them it's not too late to like the stream.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
You get more likes equals more exposure on YouTube. You want the story to get out, then you got to like the stream.
Far and wide, chat.
All right. Peace out.
All right. See you, Josh. Thanks. All right. Guys, it's just us now. It's just us, chat. Fire PA 498. Thank you for being here. Says Nick keeps saying his kids will be home in 2 weeks. Should I press X to doubt Sean? I don't know. I mean, the issue is, how reliable is Nick at this point? I don't know. I will also say there's a common thing this happens. I've had this happen when I've seen this happen. Like I said, I've been on both sides of children's services cases. Parents here, and also just in general, in criminal cases too, the attorney might say, yes, our ultimate goal is, are we going to try to get your case dismissed? Sure. But you can't count on that. Well, all the client hears is the word dismissed. And they'll say, he said he was going to dismiss it. Or they'll hear, ideally, it would take about 60 days of positive or of clean drug results. Well, all the parents are going to hear in 60 days the kids are coming home. So I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know which, is Nick actually, did they do 60 days of clean tests? If they have, great. Or, we don't know what's gone through everything. And we still haven't had a hair test result yet. So, yeah, I just don't know yet. I would say X to doubt for now because we have no way to verify what the situation is. Yeah. Mavka's saying, so Nick can't second chair in his own defense? No. It's called hybrid representation. You can't do that. You either have an attorney or you have yourself. You can't do both. I mean, you can help the attorney, but only one party's objecting, only one party's writing motions, and that ain't you. Scarebro says, to Fire PA 498, a kid could trip and put a toe past a threshold, and Nick would claim the kids are back home. He has never lied. I mean, that's also an issue too. But we'll see. Like I said, we'll see. Scarebro says, in your experience, anyone try to game the system by going on a bender immediately after testing, knowing they have a couple days before they test again? Oh, yeah. I mean, people know when they can use and they work around, and they know when they're going to have to test. They'll work around that. They'll know, like, hey, it's Thursday and I know I meet my probation officer on Monday. Guess what I'm doing Friday night? I'm getting tore up. Or it's Thursday night. I'm going to start just getting fucking blitzed on all kinds of shit. And then by Monday morning it rolls around, it's all burned out of their system. Now, generally they're correct. That's usually how it works, especially coke and meth and alcohol. But sometimes, depending on how you do it, everybody's body's a little different. And every time you use it, it's a little different. There might be different chemicals. So it doesn't completely burn out of your system and you faintly test for meth or you faintly test for coke. It happens. It happens. Linda Richards saying, I love Huey Lewis. I want a new truck. Yes. Stephen Cooper's gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. Amateur Iconoclast says the montage was set to push it to the limit. Yes. Chris Clement says, could it be possible the test was mislabeled or got contaminated some other way? I mean, it's always possible. You can't ever say, remember, I've said this before, and I don't know if you've been on here. If you're new to the show, Chris, welcome. Always and never are very dangerous words. Because all it takes is one time to destroy always or never. And you're wrong then. Because you can say, oh, it always happens or it never happens. And if somebody can disprove it once, boom, it collapses. So, I mean, is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? No. mean, that's the thing. Is it plausible? Okay, but is it probable? And I'm sure that there was secondary testing done to it. And I mean, yeah, but it's going to be up to Nick and his team, his attorney, to show that that hair test is not reliable for the kid. And Mario Carter says Nick lost his Coke in a tragic boating accident. If that happened, Nick could be running around with a straw, just like guzzling water everywhere he could go. He'd be scooping it up into a tank. We got to save it. Grassroots Hegemon says, what does getting clean really do for Nick now? If you've already thoroughly ducked the fog, is he realistically ever able to have his kids? I mean, yeah. I mean, if he gets clean, that's the biggest thing. Because if he's clean, he can take care of his children. They won't, like, people who aren't using drugs are able to take care of their kids. So him getting clean is actually a thing. Like, that's the goal. That helps with the reunification. That makes reunification happen. So no, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, it totally, does a lot for Nick. Also, getting clean in, let's say, his criminal case, he ends up having to take a plea. Being clean now does a lot for him there because it shows he's serious about it. And then Grassroots Hegemon says they're bringing him over because the 9-year-old is running a Coke and needs to re-up. Oof. Oh. And then Eric Foam says, ammonia? You know what this means? It's all worthless. Oh, if you know, you know. Unhung Hero says, I hear bleach is bad for heat allergies. Yes. Purple Pro says, would you support CPS telling you to lose 200 pounds to get your kids safe from the foster PDFs? Purple Pros, I mean, would you support being told to cope in 200 super chats to get your kids back? I mean, something to think about. Fire PA 498 says, once again, thank you for the super chats. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate everybody as well. But if you guys are new, I'm definitely going to try to say hello. Don't need bleach. Just use the anti-5G EMF grounding tape. Yes. That'll protect the kids. Give the kids all the potassium iodide and the Prussian blue. So there's no thallium and cesium absorption. SG says, for $4.99, thank you for being here, by the way. I appreciate that. Hello, especially if you're new. I'm a practicing attorney, state and federal court, taking dozens of depositions, went to a top law school. I've done all those except going to a top law school, so we're kind of in the same boat. Nick is a terrible human being / lawyer. Well, you're allowed to have those opinions. Jeff, Legal Vice says hello for 10,000 won, more wands than in Puerto Rico. Saying the 13-year-old Jeff cleaned the garage. Bleach cleans and ammonia cleans. I bet if I mix them together, it will clean really well. That is the day the ER doctor taught you about chloramine gas. Beware of bleach. Yes, bleach is a very dangerous thing to mix with things. So is ammonia too. You got to be very careful with ammonia. So, but yes, it's that's Nick's worry. Corey Boatwright gifted 20 memberships. Thank you, Corey. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Garrison San saying Sean would use the it's not true defense. Sometimes that's all you have. But like your case and the strength of your case is really predicated on the facts you have. And if you don't have great facts, sometimes all you can do to the witnesses the prosecution or the other side presents is, are you sure? Are you sure that's not true? And then when they're done, you tell the judge, you're like, Your Honor, this is all bullshit. Come on. And sometimes that's all you got. It's the way the world works. AM says the government planted it. I know. The government did this. Kimbo Nice says, Miss Sweep privated her social media. I was going to interview her. I hope you're joking. But remember, chat, do not touch the cows. And don't touch the people affiliated with the cows and their world, their sphere of influence. Leave them alone. I would use the issue with Cyrax. It's a great example. Don't fuck with the state while it's trying to do its work. You will cause problems. Natasha says we are being collectively edged, waiting for climax. I know, and like I said, guys, this is, people like they want all the docs released at once. No, because then it's going to be all over. You want this edging, and this is the suspense is building. It's like the body cam. The longer it waits, the better it's going to be. Because now we're hearing, it sounds like more and more of this was actually true. We've had confirmation now. Dina for 1999, thank you very, very much, is saying, thank you from ACR. Oh, thank you from the Ossetian border? You mean like Ossetia, like in Georgia? Like South Ossetia? Purple Pro says, are you pretending CPS cases average 18 months? Yeah, they generally take quite a while. The idea this is going to be over from May to like in 2 weeks from now, and the agency is not retaining protective supervision or anything, I find very fucking hard to believe. Because typically they do last about 18 months. Then Javi T is saying, keep up the good work, Sean. C-Dow says the body cam is going to be something out of Hoarders, but with cops, coke, and guns. Yeah, I don't know. And that's a shame saying, yeah, they usually last longer. Yes. And if Nick gets it short, great. It's just realistically, no, they're not that fast. 6 months is a really fast children's services case. And Ken, yes, you're right. The biggest thing is here, if it's not dismissed, that's the thing. Like, okay, these kids might be back in the home, but the agency is going to be sitting there fucking hovering over them like a helicopter. And yeah, also, Battle says the same government that tried to eat Trump. Well, yeah. I'm Glow in the Dark says he types like a drunken Caucasian shepherd. He could be Ossetian. Yeah, he's typing. Maybe we got people watching from Skin Valley. Matt B says, I'm shocked that Nick isn't on a tether. I'm not. I'm not surprised about that. Odin saying, is being a Nepo baby with money will Nick get special treatment? No, Nick's gonna get the same offers that everybody else does, like some sort of sense with a deferred plan. They're gonna make that offer to him that you get the deferred adjudication, and if you complete your treatment and all this stuff, it goes away in like 2 or 3 years. That's a normal thing. Everybody gets that. Cynthia says he's pleading out, no body cam. Y'all are dumb. Well, if he pleads out, that pretty much means the body cam was true. So doesn't really, he can argue that's the own, but if he pleads out, kind of tells us we're correct. Also, if he pleads out, that means the government was right and they weren't lying. So it's kind of a gambit that he throws down if he does that. Tim Beatty saying April was charged to protect the kids. That way she can't be around them. I think so, but I also think by having her here at this hearing and having her show up at all these things, it shows that she actually is very much involved. She was in the home and using drugs. So I think they were able to come up with enough circumstantial evidence they could really hammer her. Riley Leeson saying, yeah, the body cam footage, the Kiwi fags we're going to have in 2 weeks or so, remember? Yeah, they were trying to get it. They're still working on it. Yes, Iman Rezu is saying, but does Nick Recada's personal life affect you personally? No, and neither does Sarah Boone's. Neither does Gina Carano's. Neither does Sonia Massey. Her personal life doesn't affect me personally, but covering it. SG is saying, do you have Westlaw? No, I have access to Lexus products, but I appreciate that. Let me know if you need any access to any cases, secondary sources, treatises regarding Nick's case. I have it all. No, I appreciate that. I've been looking into some stuff on my own, especially when Barnes was trying to argue. He knew ideas of how the search warrant was going to get tossed, and it's like, I did, within 5 minutes of searching the cases he was citing, that he wasn't citing properly that case. So, but no, I appreciate that. I appreciate that offer, SG. And yes, Ken is correct. This is how it works. You have to show consistency before the kids are returned, and then once the kids are returned, there's going to be at least 3 to 6 months more of involvement, maybe more. Yes, there's going to be random drug tests, random house visits. There's going to be all kinds of stuff. It's not over. Yeah, and that's the same as if a parent tests positive for drugs at the beginning, it's a 6-month minimum until the kids are back in the home. And I wouldn't say 6 months, at least in my experience, but yeah, it's going to be a while. But remember, Nick and Kayla are going, well, actually, you don't have a drug test. That's the argument they're making. And the court's like, but you also withdrew that. I'm allowed to make an inference based off that. You remember, going back to that transcript, the judge was looking at that. And he asked the question of, like, did they withdraw their consent? Yeah. He's allowed to make a negative finding, an adverse finding based upon that. Matt B says he looked out on no ankle monitor. Oh, this isn't one of those cases where that happens. There's no threat to anybody or things like that. So no, ankle monitor would be kind of nonsense in this situation. Some people will believe, like Nick. Yeah, they might. Tim is saying the plea deal is going to be an admission of guilt, no Alford plea. That's true. He might not be able to make an Alford plea. That's not necessarily going to be available. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee he'd be able to plead no contest. He might have to make a guilty plea. Who knows? Let's see here. Foley says he'll plead no contest. Well, it all depends on what's available. There are times where you might not be able to enter a plea like that. Some places, the state is the one in charge of whether they'd accept a no contest plea. I mean, because every state's different. I'm not sure how that would work there. Am I going to cover the Bianca Ellis? Yes. Yep. She is the woman here in the Cleveland area. She was like walking through the supermarket with a knife and then attacked the lady pushing her kid in the cart and then killed the kid and tried to stab that lady to death. Yeah. That case is proceeding along. They are trying to get the death penalty for her. So yeah, as there's more and more about that, I will be covering it. Grassroots Hegemon says, Jim, the hat merchant Medicare, shot Donald Trump to sell more hats, and it worked. Buy a hat for your hat. Dove is saying, any opinions on why they focused on the oldest? Yeah, that's an easy answer. He's 16. He has access to a car. He could drive around. He could drive to their house. He's the oldest. Like, he's mobile. He could go do things. He could say, yeah, I'm going to hang out at Bobby's house, and he could go see Nick and Kayla. I mean, there's a lot of ways he could be doing stuff on his own. That's why. If more and more kids were of that age, he could also take his siblings with him. So they're concerned about that. Yeah, and that's the thing. They won't have his kids back until his main case progresses. That's another issue. But like I said, we'll have to see. I don't know what else happened in this hearing. By now, that court will have released its findings and its ruling. So we'll probably know the real thing soon. But we don't have that yet. Or I will say, MN Public Records has not released that to us yet. Yes, actually, hold on. actually, so you're supposed to say it. All right, let's see here. Do you think Nick is still dabbling in prostitutes? He might be. I don't know. Remember, he says he just likes talking to people. Everybody's so funny and weird. Foley says Daryl Brooks is able to plead no contest. You're right, and that was in Wisconsin, and I forget if the prosecutor went along with it or not. Because remember, he also took his major case to trial and got blown out of the water. Tech Guy South says, who gets custody of the ceiling cats? Oh, it's the cheat. Oh, we got a Homestar Runner fan here. Oh, actually, Homestar won it's been a while since I've seen a cheat. Let me see here. Glow in the Dark says no contest equals guilty as far as 99% of people are concerned. Well, here's the thing. Nickel entered a plea of no contest, and the judge is going to judge the facts. And he'll say, based on the facts presented, I find you guilty or not guilty. So he'll plead no contest and be found guilty at the end of the day. Or he'll have to enter a plea of no contest and consent to a finding of guilt. I'm not sure how they want to do it there. How likely is that at the end of all of this stuff, the judge could give him jail time because he's being a dickhead? That's possible. Judges will do that sometimes. If I've had clients in cases where they're trying to buck and they're trying to be a smart ass or a hard ass, and the judge is like, okay, well, and for sometimes the judge is like, all right, well, you need to understand I'm in charge. Part of your probation, you're serving the first 90 days in jail. And it's their way of establishing I'm not fucking around. I'm in charge now. And sometimes people need that. I don't know. Maybe Nick does need it. Well, you guys are saying Brooks pled not guilty. He had cases up in Milwaukee that he pled out on later. Earthworm Jim taking out lawyers and the obese. Oh, let's see here. Yes, the 16-year-old is a cocaine dealer. Yes, he was the mule. Natasha, very good for $8.99 New Zealand dollars. Says thank you. You're very welcome. Let me see here. Jay says, from the sounds of it, why would the kids even want to go back? Because of their parents. At the end of the day, those kids, it's their mom and dad. Kids want to be with their parents, generally speaking. And it doesn't sound like, it sounds like, yeah, a lot of it sucked, but they weren't getting beat or anything like that. So I'm sure they want to be, number one, that. Number two, it's their home. They want to go back to their house. That's where they live. That's where they're most comfortable. That's the other thing. At the end of the day, Nick and Kayla are their mom and dad, and kids want to be with their parents generally. Even when the parents aren't really good for them, they still want to be with their parents. It's biological. Alyssa says, I'm 2 hours behind, but bring your side chick to your emergency hearing. Yeah. Yes. Sergeant Doran says, Nick, I think black people are hilarious. Yes. Yes, no look contender means guilty. Well, when you enter a plea of no contest, you're basically saying, Your Honor, I'm not saying I did it. I'm letting you decide whether or not I did it. And the judge will look at it, and you're not contesting the facts. You're not saying you did it, but you're also saying the prosecutor's going to read off a set of facts. It's up to you to figure out what happened. And like I said, let's say it's a DUI, for example, Casper. you enter a plea no contest, and the prosecutor will say, Your Honor, had this gone to court on or about the night of, December 31st, 2024, in the state of, Texas, in the city of Dallas, Casper the Ghost was stopped by Dallas police on such and such road for not using his turn signal. Upon approaching the car, he smelled of alcohol. His eyes were bloodshot and glossy. He had heavily slurred speech. When asked to produce his license and registration, he was fumbling through the car, couldn't find him. He asked to submit to field sobriety test. When he got out of the car, he stood up and immediately fell over. He stood up a couple of different times to take the field sobriety test, fell over again twice more. Was then taken to the police station, where on the breathalyzer machine he blew a .22, and that is over the legal limit. And that all occurred here within the city of Dallas and the state of Texas. And the judge would say, okay, well, based upon those facts, yes, I do find you guilty of DUI. That's how that would pretty much go. So generally speaking, when you enter a plea of no contest, you're consenting that the court may find you guilty. Now, every once in a while, like when I worked in the public defender's office, there were 2 or 3 times where I was reading through the facts on the complaint, and I'm like, hey, I told the guy, we're going to plea no contest. I'm like, just trust me on this. And the judge gets the complaint, as part of his file, and he's reading through it. He's like, all right. He'd look at the guy, and he'd be like, Mr. Smith, based on your plea no contest and reading the complaint, I find you not guilty. Have a good one. Because the state failed to meet an element, or there was something wrong with it. It was a defective complaint. So, but generally speaking, no contests are used that way. You're not admitting guilt and can't be used against you in a civil setting. So, if you get in a car accident, guys, and you're going to plea out your car crash ticket, if you don't have an attorney, pleading no contest generally prevents that from being used against you. If you plead guilty, they can use that against you in the civil suit. Tech Guy South says it's cheat commando, yes. And Pepsi Man says that impression sounded more like Homestar. No, Homestar goes like, I was raised by a cup of coffee. Pashoo! It's like, Homestar, wanna. That's how he says it. Homestar is very different. Purple Rose says, are they allowed to smoke cigars in their house? I don't think there's anything prohibiting that. Yes, Trogdor the Burninator. Let's see here. Whiskey Sour. Thank you for being here, by the way. Thank you for the super chat saying, do you see a future where it's considered preemptive jury tampering by possibly smearing a witness before the trial start because of how far reaching social media is? Just a lurker. Well, thank you for being here. I mean, social media has changed a lot and the law has to catch up. I mean, but it's going to be tough. I mean, even for example, like what's going on with Turtle Boy. Do I think a lot of what he did was witness tampering? No. Or intimidation? No. Using social media, using the power of the press. I mean, really all we've done really with social media, when you think about it, is we've individualized the ability of the people to have press power. And it's kind of come full circle, because back in the day, you could do your own newspaper. Like Ben Franklin had a newspaper. Well, then after a while, mass media communication became prohibitively expensive. We're now back to kind of like the other end of the bell curve now, where mass media costs are zero. I mean, look at this. This is mass media. Speaking at almost 2,000 people. I was doing that earlier. And how many other people, thousands, can watch this, or going on TikTok or going on Facebook, whatever. So, no, I think it's going to be an issue of First Amendment, and that people are in the press. I mean, short of threatening these people, threatening a witness, I think it's going to have to fall to the First Amendment to protect it. And I think a lot of it will be First Amendment protected action. So that's a good question. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's a very interesting one. I think it's a very interesting one. Hopefully I answered your question. A reformed convict says, remember that CPS are evil, soulless people almost always. Sure, they can be. Just that doesn't mean that. Yes, there are times when they do steal people's kids and they are abusive and scumbaggy. They're just not every time, and this is not one of those times. Yes, groovy. SG says he may well have to give a factual basis for the plea. He says, I practice civil litigation, but I assume this could occur. Well, generally speaking, almost everywhere, when you enter a plea of, if he does no contest, he might not have to. The prosecutor will provide the factual basis. But let's say Nick has to enter a plea of guilty. He'll have to say, okay, Mr. Ricada, what happened? And he's going to have to say, like, yes, I was in possession of, whatever level of cocaine they agree to. Because remember, they can agree to a lesser amount and make it a lighter felony. So he could say, Your Honor, yes, I was in possession of 15 grams of cocaine in my house or whatever. Yes. So sometimes you generally have to say what you did. You don't have to get into super detail, but you have to admit to the elements of the offense. Aquatic Nomad says, what date was this hearing? June 6th. Because remember, the court reporter is going to be sitting there and she's got her little computer, boop, 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 typing it up. And it looks like gibberish. And then she has to translate that into English. And then she has to format the transcript. And that takes a while too. And proofread it. So I could see this taking easily, 3 weeks to get done. Because I bet this was a fairly long hearing. Nick will never plead guilty. He might not. Who knows? Foley says, why do I did. Why did I have a wife abusing criminal like Ralph on your stream? Also has a credible rape accusation. Yeah, and you know what? I made a poor choice on that, but that's why he hasn't been back, chat. So, yeah, I mean, there. I made a shitty decision, and he's not back. So, I mean, I don't know what more I can do to fix that. And Jay Leavcott says, am I representing Lynette? I don't comment on cases that I'm involved with. No comment. It's written in steno. Yes, it's written in shorthand. It's written in a shorthand you cannot understand. And I think I have hold on here. Let me see if I can bring up a picture of let me see if I can find a picture of what it looks like. Yeah, here we go. This is actually a great example. All right. Here is what the court reporter says. This is what it looks like on their thing. And this is court reporter. Can write this faster than you can read this. And that's what it will look like for some of them. There's other ones where, this is another example of what a court reporter will. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about here, this is the type of machine they use. This is the stenography machine. So notice it's not a full keyboard. It's a different type of keyboard. It's got a different layout and a different setup. Where is the good example of an alpha of words and stuff? Yeah, here's a great example. Here's a great example of things. I don't know what the hell that says, but in their language, that says something that was written down. Yeah. But that's what a transcript looks like in pure form. It's written in a shorthand. The ceiling cats are never wrong, yes. They are not. Jim P is saying, thank you for being here, Jim. So do you think the FBI could start charging people in Kieran Reed before the retrial? Oh, yeah, they can do it whenever they want. The thing is, unless like the feds are gonna move, they take their time if they can do it, and then the feds move like a glacier, so they could easily do it before that. I mean, it's a long way to January. Thank you for the question. Thank you for being here. Um, Scott X says, "Don't apologize for it." I should apologize. It was a bad, a lapse in judgment there. So, Meckles says, "For $2 Australian reduce, I can't believe people are still baldo guarding." Well, you know what? People are free to think what they want or believe what they want. That's how the world works. So, as long as there's an issue, you'll find people on both sides of it. That's how it goes. Court reporter keyboards might as well be in Chinese. Yeah. Hmm. Tech guy says, "How do you type with boxing gloves on?" Oh. Plead the Fifth says, "My mom did that shit back in the day." Yeah, and it's really interesting when you talk to them. They aren't really like when they're busy typing away. They are. It's all in one ear and out the other ear. It's because I've asked them before, and they're just like, I don't really pay attention. I just hear like they're trained and practiced well enough. They just hear the words and they're just like dun 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 dun. And they don't remember what you said or didn't say. But like when they stop, they can kind of click back into I need to pay attention. Can you read that back or other things that may happen? Uh, those are definitely moon runes. Yeah, they're not. Okay, let's see here. Mad Rhetoric says this document is nice, though. It cements everything the body cam would prove without waiting. Well, this plus the prior transcript reveals so much, especially in that last one, because Nick talked a shitload. But yes, what those transcripts and who's saying what tells you a lot about what happened there. But yes, I agree, Mad Rhetoric. There's a lot there. Um, yes, that's how Ted Cruz notifies the police he committed him the murder. Yes, I agree. The Zodiac will strike again. Um, oh, wow, you guys are like trying to catch up here. Rubicon says you disconnect. No, you disconnect. No, I'm not going to hang up. You hang up. It's like, I love you. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. Purple Pro says kids are dying in foster care. Yes, there are foster care situations that are absolutely horrible and disgusting. This ain't one of them, though. This ain't one of them. I promise you that. Unless you're accusing Kayla's parents of killing these children, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Fawa says, "Am I caught up on the Y-Files videos yet?" No. No, but they're interesting as hell. That's a very cool channel. The Y-Files guys, it's pretty good on some things. Nima says, "I still want to see the body cam." So do I. Wallalu for $5 says potentially criminal. Potentially criminal. More like potentially dick sucker. Yes. Yes. Just like legal mindset. Yes. Oh, okay. Nick's playing 2D checkers. Yeah. Yeah. Vicky May says, "Is Karen Reed locked up?" Not that I know of. I hope not. I don't think she's done anything wrong. Yes, Matt B. The Y Files. It's a channel here on YouTube. If you Google them, they're pretty cool. Search for them. Nick will eventually live out the American Beauty arc. I hope not. That's not good. Um, choose heresy. Choosy heretics. Choosy heretics choose Carnation Revolution now says, this ain't Runkle's chat. We're afraid to connect the dots between Alec Baldwin and the Knights of Malta, which isn't too far to leap. Yes. C says, do you think they need the pastor or the sister to testify the child custody hearing since they're the ones who reported it? No, because that's not, I mean, they might, but typically that's not the issue there. Because the probable cause was established in the police raid. So you generally don't attack it that way. I mean, they might bring them up in there, but Kayla's sister and the pastor will probably have to testify at the omnibus hearing, especially if there's a suppression issue. They might also be involved in the probable cause part to establish probable cause. I could see that too. But we'll see. I mean, remember, we've only got one witness out of that hearing done so far. So there might be more. And let's just double check that Emmett hasn't dropped the rest. Like, I hope he drops the rest of that hearing soon because I want to see it and go over it. But let's just check. And no, chat, I'm not going to tell you. You're not going to see my screen. Okay, let's see. No, there's not another issue of public interest, which is good. Which is good. Never saying about trafficking kids. Are you Drexel? No, I don't think Drex has done anything involved in this at this point. I think this has been Nick just doing his own thing. Yes, the fat foster mom killing the poor kid happened in Indiana. Yeah, no, and there are kids in the foster system who get abused and fucked with. It's a tragedy. Charlie says, yes, I saw the video of the Bronx of the prosecutor in New York City trying to meet a 13-year-old. Yes, and I'll probably be going over that coming up. Yes, my username in QB Farms is Cynthia Behave. How did you know? How did you know? Charlie says, good thing we can read your glasses. Yeah, well, if you do, I'll take that risk. But I've also got a couple accounts, so. And Whiskey Sour says, I think Nick is acting in part as a publicist and brought up the thought of if you could start to sway public opinion before the investigation's done. I don't think that's unrealistic for Nick. I think he thinks he can fight this because, he keeps on saying, well, I don't care what the internet thinks. Like, I don't care what other people think, but you're a human. Yes, you care what other people think. And this is, you do stuff online. You totally care what other people think. Yes, I think he thinks he can win the PR battle and all this at the same time, and you generally can't. You're going to win one or the other. So, yes, thank you again for that super chat for $20. Thank you. Let me see here. Where are you guys? Where are we at? Trying to catch up. Yes, are we going to go over the Catholics and the Protestants marching together? That was pretty cool today. So if you guys were not aware, out in Belfast, out in Northern Ireland, the Catholics and the Protestants were marching against Antifa and all the immigrants that were being bussed in. So what happened? The Catholics and the Protestants went up to each other and shook hands and said, no more brother wars, at least for now, which you love to see it. Hopefully it keeps going. Hopefully it keeps going. And yes, no more brother wars. Yes, Nadata says, or Nadata, I don't know, either way. Nadata says he doesn't read or watch what anyone says, but he knows all the theories people say about him. Yes. Yes. Did I see DSP is going to be on Kino Casino? Yes. Yep. I think that'll be interesting. Ag says is the IRA back guys. Well, they never went away. I mean, the IRA's been around in some form or another. But yes, in generally speaking, it's going to be the Catholics and the Protestants. I mean, they will mobilize very quickly if things kick off. SG says for 199, April's cards in the bedrooms filed tested positive for coke. Oh yeah, they did. I guarantee you they did. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of issues with this case, and for anybody involved in it, all three of them. There's a lot of landmines out there. Yes, the Kulak boys are on the move. Yes, they are. Yes, Antifa is keeping the world together. Yes. Yes. Sean, my prince. Do we speak of the king? King Philip and the so-called casino. There are whispers he shall hold court with them. Yes, I've heard that too. Yes. BG Corporation says, I'm an hour and 7 minutes behind where there's discussion on cleaning. I have to train people on how to clean my job. You'd be surprised who doesn't know, adults too. Yeah, I'm not saying that, like I said, some people don't. Nick and Kayla, I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt, are intelligent enough to know how to have cleaned and have experience on how to clean. But remember, they treat everybody like they're 5 to make sure that everybody's properly advised. Peyton Wong says, where did all the AR-18s go? Well, allegedly the IRA turned over a lot of stuff and they decommissioned, but also a bunch of stuff was also hidden again. So we don't know. Oh, Vitaly hired Akon to sing Locked Up while some Choma was getting arrested. That's nice. Let me see here. Yeah, in Ireland, they've been burning down immigrant housing over the past couple of weeks. Yeah, I know. They're getting very upset out there. SG says field tested. YouTube autocorrects everything. Yeah, okay. So you were saying, yeah, they file test. Yeah, they field tested everything, and they were sitting on top of the their preparation surface. So yeah, it's not a surprise that those cards are going to be hot for residue. Kalia says, "How are you doing, Sean? I'm doing great. Doing great. It's been a fun day, busy day. Like 2.0, I was like, oh, can you clean out the refrigerator? And I was like, okay. And I was one of the getting stuff done today, and like actually started cleaning it. So like I pulled everything out, and she's like, oh, I thought you were just gonna wipe it down because I didn't think you'd get that involved in it. And I'm like, I kind of got carried away. So it was a lot of that took up a lot of the day, and had some fun. Went out and did some weed, did weed whacking a little bit. Our grass out here though, thankfully it's rained a little bit because the grass was getting kind of crunchy. And about this time of the year, you don't really mow it a whole lot here, so maybe I'll mow tomorrow. Does this mean the Nucky Johnson guns will resurface? Oh, all kinds of stuff's going to resurface. When things go bad, all kinds of stuff appears. Say, I'm very good at picking out comments, representation by interpretation. That's the issue in America. Well, no, I picked out people who are saying good or bad. Jesus Christ. Don't bother, none says, yes, come out, you black and tans. Yes, why don't you fight me like a man? Did you see the new gun laws they got passed in Massachusetts? They basically banned all semi-automatic rifles. I did take a look at it. I did take a look at it a little bit. Yeah, that looks rough. That looks rough. BG says, I'm telling you, I used to teach people at my job. You'd be surprised. After a while, I just train everyone like children because I'll come back and be disappointed with the work. Well, yeah, you train to the common denominator. That way there's a standard that you know everybody will meet. Matt B says communist. Oh, okay. I see you're talking about earlier. Odin Reactor says, did I eat the fridge? No, I did not eat the fridge. Norwegian Mushroom says, may the Christian Lord guide my hand against your popery. Yes, the brave Protestants. You know who stopped the Muslims at Tours and Poitiers? It wasn't a bunch of Methodists doing a community meal. Let me tell you what. Yes, weed whacking. Yes, that's what we call it. Use a weed whacker. It's not a trimmer. I don't know why they call it a trimmer. It's not a trimmer. It's a weed whacker. Brad says, I thought the field test kits were very unreliable. Sometime, I mean, it's not enough to get a conviction, but it's enough to establish probable cause. Now, you'll do your research and find out what brand they use, because if you could show that brand is unreliable or that it's, there's ways you can attack a field test, but it doesn't always work that way. And a lot of times it gets accepted. Jacob says, I cleaned out many refrigerators. Well, yes, but in different terms. Yes. Not exactly that phrasing, but yes. Cynthia says, why do I have to send dollars for this? He's obviously getting the kids back or grandparents and will plea out. You know that. No body cam. Well, I don't know he's going to plea out. He keeps saying he's not going to, so I don't know if he's going to or not. I mean, do I think ultimately he will plea out? Sure. He's probably going to have to. And yes, he's managed to stay clean for 60 days. Great. We all know he was doing coke and getting drunk off his ass for how long before that, though? Doesn't change any of that. And if he pleads out, well, then he's admitting there was cocaine in the house. So, and then that, and there will be no body cam. Maybe there might be ways to get around that, but you remember, at this point, after reading all that, sure, the body cam be great, but we learned the house was a fucking hovel. The house was a fucking disaster zone. People have heard things. It's yeah, we've heard people involved in the case talking about that house being a fucking war zone. So yes, it would be helpful. It would be very helpful to have the body cam. But by reading all this, we've already established the facts that are in the body cam. And Cynthia, besides, now you gave me $5. I feel like I won on that one. So, toodles. Didn't you almost unalive while mowing your lawn like Boogie? No. How many bottles of mustard? How many expired condiments did I throw out today? Actually, none. Everything seems to be still okay. Everything's within the dates, and they still smelled fine. So, nothing this time. SG says, as an attorney, I wish I could share my thoughts on everything, but it's way too risky. I won't even say what type of lie practice. Yeah, don't power lever yourself if you don't want to deal with the internet. But see, that's why, I run the Martin Law Office. I am founder. I am the CEO. I am the managing partner and the equity partner all in one, and the junior associate. So I don't have to worry about anything. Foley says, would you tell Nick that you'd stop representing him if he kept speaking to the court himself? I mean, that becomes an issue because this attorney, I think, was court appointed. That's a really hard thing to do there because you were appointed. That's going to be a little tough to threaten him like that. But you would just point out to them, I'm not going to let you talk. You need to listen to me. And if they won't, you immediately jump in and start interfering. And like, Nick's trying to talk. You're like, Mr. Ikeda, hold on, chill out, Your Honor. And you have to do all that. And I mentioned that on Thursday. Like, this attorney should have been jumping up and getting in the way of him and stopping Nick from hurting himself. So. Let me see here. Where else? Some people call it a whippersnapper. No, they don't. SG says, I wish I could stream, but it's way risky as a young associate. I don't even say what type of live practice because people can identify me. I can see that happening. Yeah, that's totally possible. I mean, that sucks. Aaron Hack says, don't people usually spend money on super chats to support the streamer? Yeah. Let's see here. I just call it wine, yes. Eric says, why would he take his grandparents? I mean, why would he have his grandparents and I'm confused. Because it's Nick's parents. The kids are they're the grandparents of the kids. But no, not Nick's grandparents are dead. Nick brand tests are reliable. For the most part, they are, but you can always point out how things are done improperly. If there's a way. Bernie says $5 to the exact same garbage take, Lamau. I know. I just don't have pink triangles here I can assign like on the farms. Let me see. Yes, ironically, the reliable field test kits that are used a lot are called Nick brand. Yes. Yep. That is true. Captain Stem says everything tasted great. Yeah. Matt B says they have expiration dates. Well, yeah, once you've opened something, it's going to have an expiration date. I mean, like, you can't use the same bottle of ketchup for like 5 years. That'd be really bad. Nima says, you can walk. Yes, I can. Thank you. Cynthia says, mark my words, y'all. I mean, I've already indicated he's going to plea. I mean, I don't know why you're not like fucking Nostradamus here, Cynthia. Nick's going to take a plea. No shit. He probably is. Like, ooh. Bernie says Nick has given zero indication he's going to plea or show any initiative that he's going to get the kids back. He said he wouldn't settle Amani, and he's maintaining he's not pleading out here. Yeah, here's the thing. I mean, yes, Bernie, everybody says they're not going to plea, and everybody says they're going to be a gangster until it's time to do gangster shit. And yeah, everybody thinks they're going to trial. Everybody talks, tough how they want to do it. Then when the time comes, a lot of them take pleas. So we'll see. Mileage may vary, but based off prior experience. Everybody thinks they're going to stand tall. And then when the time comes, they're like, yeah, I'd rather not. Bella gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Bella. I appreciate it. Play the says, I hear this SG person is an attorney. Super cool. Yeah. SG is Alec is his Spiro from Alec Baldwin's cases. That would be fucking awesome. Cause it's like, damn, let's really hit. I'll interview you, man. Scoring that big dub with Alec Baldwin. Distant says appointed Nick is an indigent. LOL. You're right, but in children's services cases, because you have a due process right, and they're your children, they automatically assign counsel. Now, you can always retain your own counsel. In a Nick's situation, they probably will end up, because he's not below the federal poverty line or whatever state. Like in Ohio, you're like 2% below the federal poverty line. You're entitled to counsel. But in his situation, they'll probably charge him for the cost because he can always hire an attorney. I think his retained counsel in the criminal case is now there. But yes, you always have the right to have counsel in those hearings and settings. So that's why there's an attorney already there. C says, wait, Nick's attorney is court appointed. Well, in this initial part of it, probably was. And then he got the attorney he hired later involved. Remember, it was months and months and months. I mean, it was weeks and weeks and weeks till his current attorney actually got on the case. So yes, you have the right to have appointed counsel. Like if you have no money in your children's services case, you get appointed an attorney. Like the children's services cases I'm involved in, I'm appointed. Because the people who are involved in those typically don't have any money because, they spent their money on drugs. Obscure. Hey, Ron. Hey, Tony. I'm saying, I'm not sure which one of you is out there, or you're both. Have you heard about this new cell phone stuff in the Delphi case? Yes, there's a bunch of Delphi stuff, and I've been working my way through it to read it. We are going to talk about Delphi this week and get caught up because now we're done with all the hearings. Rubicon says, I do wish he'd quiet. I mean, I wish he'd quit, or Eric Foam says, yes. Your Honor, we need a Baldo break. Access, can a lawyer make a client wear a gag? He already has a few. No, but you could really just tell him to shut the fuck up. In so many words and more nicely. Bev says, do you think the Church of Scientology is involved in any of this? No. There would have been a lot more fuckery going on if the Scientologists were involved. Don't bother none says, wait, that's an F2P lawyer he has. What happened to all the Baldo bucks? Like I said, they would say, well, you qualify, like you don't qualify for court appointed counsel, but here's an attorney you can use right now. I don't know if she entered her own appearance or whatever, who knows? I mean, remember, Nick fucked around having an attorney in her appearance as criminal case for like weeks on end. So who knows what was going on? We don't really know. And that's part of the problem. We don't really know. Let me see here. Where is did Chime just loop? No. Let me see here. Norwegian says, are you also the secretary? If yes, how much sexual assault goes on? Yes, I'm also the paralegal and the phone girl, everything. Yeah. It's all kinds of sexual harassment here all day long, chat. Nima says you can't be a practicing lawyer on YouTube. Well, surprise. Track Golfer says, Sean's putting in the work. How's the golf game? I've kind of played around with hitting a ball a little bit, but I'm no golfing this summer so far. Has not worked out time-wise. Megal says, I thought she was thread banned. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she is, but I'm sure she'll come back as another person. I'm doing my PPP bit. Yeah. Oh. Bushmaster says, watch it. They did the triangle thing in the 40s. Yeah. Foley says you're not a lawyer unless DSP says so. Huh. True enough. Bella says, Jimpy is a good question. I must have missed it. Oh, okay. If the DOJ starts trials against the McCabe crew, you mean the McAlberts or the Albert crew? Will this affect the pretrial Karen Reed? Oh, certainly. If they start indicting people involved in that, like if they, also including the remember all the police detectives involved in that from the Massachusetts State Police, like Tully and Sergeant Bukaki and Sergeant Buchanan, they're all being suspended right now. They're probably all going to get fired, along with Sergeant or Trooper Proctor. So Detective Proctor, Detective Buchanan, and Detective Tully, like all three of those guys are gone now from the case. That's really going to destroy it. Yes, and if any of those guys get indicted by the DOJ, then yeah, it's really game over. Very good point. And if I didn't see that earlier, Jim, I apologize. Trying to catch up all these questions here. Walter Malone says the chat will return to us grays. Never. Cynthia, thanks again for $5. See, I love this. You want to talk so bad. Sweetheart, you've talked big about exposing Nick. I haven't talked about big about exposing Nick. He's exposed himself. Probably literally in more than one way. And figuratively. Where? He'll slime out of this as you share screenshots of body cams. Interesting. He might slime out of it in his own world, but no, he's not going to be able to escape reality. So, I guess it's interesting. You go funny and weird, I guess. And then Malcolm Combs, been a member for 3 months. Thanks, Malcolm. Says, what's your favorite cow? Mine is the Tranch. I don't know if I have a favorite cow. I do. My favorite cow is the Reverend Dr. Robert L. McKim Sr. I happen to like the guy. I like him a lot. He's my favorite, if I had to pick. Jamie Moodley for 14 South African Rand. I think is that ZAR? Yes, that was right. South African Rand. Says the Greer book / read through review / when. Well, I need to do, because I've been covering Greer's lawsuit with the farms. I need to re-update that and get back to it. So I need to do that coming up. I don't think I'm going to read his book. Oh my god, I don't want to hurt myself, chat. I don't want to engage in self-harm, so I don't think I'm going to reread that. J Bet says, good grief, do we actually have a Baldo washer in chat? We're allowed to, man. I'm not going to fucking kick people out for that. You're allowed to have opinions. They think they're right. Other people think they're right. That's how it works. Like I said, there's only one person I'm getting. There's only one person I'll ban if they show up. So. What do I think the detractors are seething and losing their minds because Phil's going on the casino? I don't understand why they're completely losing their minds, because it's not like Worski and PPP are just going to give them like a straight pass. I mean, sure, they're not going to just sit there. Like, I don't know if they're going to, they're not going to A-log the shit out of them, but I'm sure they're not going to be, completely like docile to Phil. I don't know why they're all pissed off, and then they can fuck with him in chat. Because PPP and Worski will read if they go do dono chats or anything like that. They will actually read them, and they'll, they're not going to let them disappear. So I don't know why they're upset about that. Let me see here. Where are... Whiskey Sour says, where can I catch up on the Reed news? I did a Hannah Reed, or I'm sorry, Karen Reed, recently. And, we did our last pre-trial. So the trial's set for January. This coming week, they're going to be doing, on Friday, they're going to be arguing her motion and dismiss and all that. So that'll be coming up this on Friday. Michael says just thankful she's giving Sean money. I know that was the plan. You ignore her long enough, she'll super chat. Fuck it, it worked. It worked. You got to get that dopamine rush. You got to get that attention. She's like, I need the fat man to acknowledge me. When and where did he say him and Legal Mindset, me and Legal Mindset are going to stream? I don't know. Catherine says, wow, you're awake late. I know, but we're getting there. I'm trying to wrap up here. We're not going to be able to keep going forever, chat. Probably at least the next half hour. We're probably going to wrap it up. Because I need to get my beauty rest. Distance says, I just Googled the tranche. Thank you. Well, you're welcome. Jim says you're doing fine. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just glad I haven't boomered it tonight. Doing pretty good otherwise. Branch says, Sean, did you change your name that your daddy gave you? Nope. Matt B says, ribeye or New York strip steaks? I like a New York strip steak. And I mean, the ultimate issue is you can I've had really phenomenal steaks, but you can take like a garbage steak, and if you cook it right, it's going to be amazing. You can take like a flank steak and turn that into something pretty good. You just got to know what you're doing. I'll ban the guy named Diet. Yeah, no. Culpercast says Anna. Nope, not her. Cynthia says, so yes or no, you've shown body cam images. What? Hold on, wait. When have I shown any images? Like, what the fuck are you on right now, Cynthia? Honey, how much fucking Xanax have you taken today? You have, like, I get you have one Xanny bar, but you're like telling your kids, like, mommy needs 2 Xanny bars today. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. No, I haven't shown it. No one's shown it. They're not available. I mean, I could show footage of a Haitian refugee camp, and I'm betting it's probably similar to that. But no, I haven't shown any footage. This is really fucking confusing. Like, what are you arguing about? I've seen pictures that someone has sent me, and I have not revealed them, and I will never reveal them because that will very quickly out that source. But no, I've never shown body cam images. So if I have, fuck, what that must have been a hell of a fever dream. Because I want to know what stream they're on. Because I want to go see them. I banned Salad. I hate that guy. Yes. J-Rock says, how dare you speak ill of the king? Michael says, send more money, Cynthia. Oh. Angela says, I fell asleep with the stream on in the background. Luke says, I need the fat man to validate me, but I won't pay to get it. Also get Bob on for the Delphi, fat man. I am going to reach out to him. I know he's been busy and he just got done, so hopefully he's got some time. But the man took a couple days off to do it. Aren't I going to hot tub stream next? No, I don't have a hot tub. Like I said before, it looked like Harry and the Hendersons when he's sitting there watching that lady get lowered into the hot tub and he sees the chicken in the pot next door. No, I'm not going to do that. The neighbors will be like, "Oh no, they're cooking a big slab of cow outside." It's the Lord's Day. You can rest all day. No, I got stuff to do all day tomorrow. Garrett says salt and heat. That's all a steak needs. A little bit of pepper. A little bit of pepper. And if you want to be a little different, you use a white pepper. A little bit. And you can also use some rosemary and a little bit of thyme. Are also really good on steak. Garrison San says, extra hour for every hundy, right? No. No. Don't give me hundies. I'm not going to go longer. Pepsi Man says, what do you think Ethan Ralph's odds are in New York court over his divorce case? I thought all this shit was in California. I didn't realize it was in New York. So, Kat says, don't make fun of me for this, but what is A-logging? A-logging is where you go out there and it's like aggressive trolling. And A-logging can turn into very quickly like you're fucking with people in real life. But a lot of A-logging is just where you're just tearing that person apart. So like what Kino Casino does could be considered A-logging. Or like on Thursday, I would definitely be that would be probably be fair to call that me A-logging the shit out of Nick. I take it good says $12 to just be retarded. Yeah, hey, well, if you post it, they will read it. Sunseal says, never forget Barnes blocked Nate first. Does Barnes hate black men or the truth? Barnes is just Barnes. Pepsi Man says maybe she means body cam footage in general, like my members only streams. I guess, but then that just makes her a retard. Casper the Ghost says, what is a Xanny bar? Just Xanax. Just a nickname for them. They're Xanny bars. Like, get it like candy bars. Dirk says, release the pictures. No, I will never release the pictures. Like I said, that's not going to happen. I will never do that to that person. I don't release my sources. Even with that DM that I had that got leaked and all of it that Ralph ended up with and then ended up that Anna had. That's people can read that and figure it out. I'm not going to say who did it. Just don't roll that way. Vetatron says those body cams images better be tax free. Yes. Chat knows so much stuff. Cynthia needs to send Sean $200. That would be hilarious. Luke says, to be fair, isn't your coverage of the hearing going to be, here's what Bob said, unless you get transcripts? Well, I'm hoping I can also get access to some of the court's rulings, and that'll hopefully Judge Gull articulate shit instead of just saying, granted, denied, so we can figure out what happened. But there's a couple other people who are there taking notes, too, that I was going to work with and read through, that I've been reading through to take a look at stuff. I just need to put cabbage in the hot tub with me. Oh, no. Yeah, Xanax pills, the brand name ones used to come in bar shapes too. Yeah, but they don't anymore. But like I said, yeah, just people call them Xanny bars still. Unknown Hero says Cynthia claims I did release the photos. I know, but I didn't. So Cynthia says he has pics. Watch John squirm. No, I've already mentioned before I've had pics. Like, honey, have you not listened to me before? Back when we were covering the police report and search warrant, I'm like, yes, guys, somebody sent me pics, and yeah, the ones I saw, the parts of the house it showed, oh boy, it looked really fucking bad. Like, you could go back and look for that. Like, it's already been said, Cynthia. I know you're trying so hard. Try again. Try again. Sunny is my source, confirmed, yes. It's tax-free. No, the screenshots are not tax-free, chat. Norwegian says, I live an hour away from Delphi. Well, be careful down there. The police might frame you. Mario Carter says, I think April got charged because Nick brought his side hoe to the CPS hearing. I mean, that could have been a factor in it, and they could have just realized, wow, she's fucking around. She was really involved, and they're lying to us, so we're going to charge her now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened, but certainly that doesn't help. Yeah, which cop would have sent the pics to me is the other issue. Yes, Officer Moonson did. Oh. You see. Will you release a pic for a hundo? No. I am not going to release the pics. I will never release them. That person who sent them to me can release them, but I will never release them. I don't do that. If I release them, that would very quickly go back. It would, the way it was explained to me, that would easily be traced back to them very, very quickly. So no, I would never do that. Who's fucking around? You are. You're fucking around like Helen Keller in a minefield. That's what you're doing. So, yes, you. Bernie says Bronco will defend the Delphi police pro bono. Yes. Unknown Hero says, it smells like retard in here, Cynthia. Because I'm Batman says, so the Odinist will get you. Yeah, well, they might play like hide Odin's spear with you. Gotta be careful. Yes, it was Alecia Sweep. Alecia Sweep is Kalia. Oh no, yes, everybody's Kalia. Yeah, Cynthia, did you ever get that all figured out? Who was Kalia? Samuel Hartman says the real question is which Sean sent pics to the cop. Yes. Yes, we know Officer Mike Hunt and Amanda Hugginkiss gave me the pics. Yeah, I know. And Haywood Yablaume sent me pics too. Oh, really? Yeah, really. Yes. It was Judy Tester all along. I know. I know. Who's excited for Louisiana's surgical castration law? It's going to be very, very, very different. It's interesting. It's interesting how it's set up. But I don't. I think I covered this already. I think there's going to be some issues with how that's set up and whether or not that's going to be considered coercive to get involved with it. Yes, Alex says, I am Kalia. Yes, we are all Kalia. Wilder saying Cynthia sent me the pics. That would be hilarious. But it's not her. Andrea saying, even if it can't be traced, aren't pics of your body, so no consent? Well, there's no like nudity in these pictures, so I don't know what you're getting at, Andrea. I'm confused. I'm confused. Does it have pics of Shauna pics of Drex, Cynthia? Curious Contrarian is saying, did you see the weird propaganda nonsense Bob Maddock, Kara Weineke, and Michael Osberg got into at the Delphi case? I mean, what's all the weird shit? These guys went to fucking bat for Richard Allen, who was getting fucked and railroaded by the police and by Judge Gull. I mean, Kara Weineke fucking got him his mandamus petition heard. So I don't know like what the big deal is here. Judge Gull's the one acting like a Judge Gull's the bad guy in this case. Richard Allen, there's no proof he's done anything wrong. So, but I understand your point there, but I don't know if I call it propaganda nonsense. I mean, this has been a dumpster fire of a case, in my opinion. Let me see here. Let's see. Cynthia said, "My job is done. Keep leaking." But I haven't leaked anything. I haven't leaked anything. I don't think your mission is a failure. Kat says, "The Afro Man going to trial sometime in 2025. They have a pre-trial in October or November, but nothing new updated on there as far as I know." Yes, the only thing leaking is their box of Franzi. I think so. I think so. There's a big problem there. Sika Lothar says, "Can you leak public records?" Yeah, I don't really think you can. And then Obscure says, "Oh, it's for the record, it's both of us. Oh, I hope you guys are doing well. Watching the storm and drinking Mundo's coffee." Oh, okay. Yeah, isn't there a hurricane rolling through right now, Florida? Yeah, Tropical Storm Debbie. Oh. Ooh. Oh, it's expected to become a hurricane soon, a category 1. Okay. Well, hope you guys are safe down there. Roland says, "There's no nudity. I think it sent you the wrong pic. Sorry." Oh, that's okay. I forgive you. Wilder's saying, "What's the Delphi case about?" These two girls got killed. They're like 13 years old. They got murdered and they were found in the woods. On their phone is like a 2-second Snapchat of some guy in a voice going like, "Go down the hill." And it's like down the hill where they were found and they were murdered back in 2017. And then in 2022, they ended up getting some information. A guy named Richard Allen was involved. Like a dumb fuck, he talked to the cops and they arrested him. And he's been charged with their murder since. And it's a really fucked up case. The police investigation has been a disaster, and the judge is a massive piece of shit. So that's where we're at. That's the 2-second look. Mad Rhetoric says, "Have a good night. See ya." Let's see here. If Nick defenders are nose guards, does that make folks like Sean Baldo busters? No, it just makes us just people who disagree. Cynthia says, "I know three people have seen these screenshots. It's not hard, Sean." Cynthia, I'm fucking laughing. I don't know what like. I wish I had the screenshots of these body cams. I wish I did, because I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I mean, Cynthia, if you've got them, show them, because like I'm apparently calling your bluff. Yes. All right. Um, let me see here. Where is Cynthia saying yes or no? I've shown body cam images. No, I haven't. Cynthia claims you did release the photos. I know, but it didn't fucking happen. So like that's like claiming I own a kangaroo. I don't own a kangaroo. So I skipped those. Yes, the stream is going places despite it ending. Yes. I'll have to figure out where to send you guys to after this. Debbie is a terrible name. Imagine getting your house destroyed by a Debbie. No, it's Debby. There's no I. Plead the Fifth says Delphi's like making the murder documentary, isn't it? Oh, it's even worse than making a murderer. It's even worse. It's really fucked up. Matt says block. I don't block. Nope. We don't do that here. Don't do it. But I have pics, huh? I have pictures of the inside of the house taken before the raid from someone else, but they're not from the body cam. Like, you understand that, right? This person has pictures of inside the house from beforehand. Like, you understand that somebody in that house had a cellular phone that could take pictures. And those pictures of inside the home got to somebody who got to somebody who got to somebody who then said, "Hey, Sean, do you want these?" And I have them. So they're not on a body cam, Cynthia. Like, come on, let's I'm sure if I knocked on the side of your skull, there'd be like a thumb, the hollowness. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. I have pictures that are not from a body cam. Do you understand that? If you don't, I don't know what to tell you. Hubble says, do I own a doghouse? No, well, yes, Clyde lives in the house with me, so yes, I guess this is a doghouse. You could send me a Roo. I'd rather have a Wallaby than a Roo. Wallabies look pretty cool. Or you could send me the Kawaka things. Send me a Wallaby or a Kawaka. So when I was in law school in Toledo, they had this thing, it was called the Wallaby Walkabout, and I went with my I remember going there back in the day. We pretty sure it was my wife and I at the time, we took our nephew, and like they had these little wallabies just like hopping around and shit, and you could just like they just like go hop hop hop, and they'd walk up to you and you'd be like, "Oh," and you could pet them, and they were so cool. Wallabies would be neat. Yes, Mandy helped. Mandy's behind it all. It's Mandy's cocaine, chat. That's it, Bernie. You broke it open. Mandy's been out of the picture for so long. Mandy's just got the strings. She's the puppet master. The Iceman said, just got here. Anything fun happen? Nope, nothing at all. Cynthia says, so Aaron is sucking me off, right? I mean, like, are you trying to shame people for being gay or something? I don't really know. Like, is Aaron sucking me? Like, are you mad because he's taking your work? Are you mad? You're like, this is a union job, Aaron. Cynthia's like, I'm the only dick sucker around here. He's camping says you need to build a ring for the retard alert. Yeah. Ding 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 ding. Anyways, guys, here's an accurate representation of Cynthia.
Oh man! Check him out, y'all. He having the time of his life.
Yeah. There we go, Cynthia. Yes, I'm an Android guy. Yes, I'm not an Apple guy. I'm so nonconformist, I'm a conformist. Let's see here. Foley says Barnes wants to know if you have photos of the Ricada kids. Well, I don't know, Bobby. Maybe I do. Yes, they're not just body cam photos. Yes. Yes, but that's, Cynthia can't get that through her skull. Cynthia says, yep, you and Aaron are having a sexual relationship, a witness. It's exactly it, Cynthia. You broke it open. Run, tell Nick. I'm sure it'll be you'll be lauded as a hero. Matt says, asking, is Clyde 70% Ewok? No. He's a bunch of little dog things. Plead the fifth says there are wallabies in Ohio. Well, like at zoos, yeah. There's zoos in Ohio. They have wallabies. Cynthia says that's a joke, but you're the joke. You're pretending to be a retard. Okay, Cynthia, pretending to be a tard. Mandy's big mad. Well, Mandy can fuck off. The Iceman, 101,418. Man, that 101,417 other Icemen. That's tough. Says for you, Shran, this look good or bad for Nick? I mean, it's not looking good. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not looking good. Does that mean he can't turn this around and it turn out to be in his favor? No, there's always a greater than zero chance of that. Is it very small? Yes. Is it single digits? Yeah. But I mean, there's always a chance it could turn around, but likely no. No. Cynthia says Nick did this prior. Sean has pics. Rest on that. That makes no fucking sense. So I don't know. Where did Cynthia come from? She came from fucking she was a Baldo washer and then she fucked around on the farms and got BTFO'd and she's here now because she's got nothing better to do. I'm sure she's drinking wine and throwing it at her dog. Luke says our zoo doesn't even have wallabies. Well, yeah, but that's like in Ohio, a zoo having deer. We don't need deer in a zoo. Cynthia says, oh, it was a joke. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because you have no fucking idea what you're talking about so far. Yes. Okay, guys, remember, Cynthia was just joking about being retarded. She's apparently not. She was just pretending. Very convincingly. Cynthia says, just say you're getting pics from Aaron, you dummy. They're not from fucking Aaron. I don't know where they came. Like, I know who gave them to me, and it's not Aaron. So I don't know where they came from otherwise. Robert Glock says, between Nick going to William and Mitchell and me going to the Toledo School of Law and Haberdashery. I'm assuming you didn't include me in there, but I get what you're getting at. Are there any law tubers who graduated from real law schools? I don't know. Hold on here. Let me see. Where did he? I think Peter Tragos went to like FSU. So he went to Florida State. Rob Lawn Lumber. Rob went to... No, let's see. Trying to see where else other people went. I'm trying to think of. I think where did Ron Coleman go? Where did Ron Coleman go? Yeah, Ron Coleman went to Northwestern. I mean, that's like top 10. There you go. Don't know about everybody else off the top of my head. I know Kurt went to Akron. I don't know. I mean, like, if you want to, like, yeah, Legal went to a real law school if you feel better about him. So, Iceman says, I made this profile in 2009 and wanted to just do 1014, but that was taken. Well, I kind of figured so, but I always just like when people say, like, oh, I'm whatever, and they have a bunch of numbers. I'm like, wow, there's a bunch of you guys. Oh, let's see here. Yes, the 9-year-old's the leaker. That's who I got it. Yeah. Bella says never confirm nor deny. I know they didn't come from him. Aaron's got enough bullshit on his plate. Glock felting all of Law Tube. Yeah, some of it. Nick's nemesis likely did. Yeah, where the hell did Legal go? Let's see here. He went to UCLA's law school. That's a real one. What else is? Who else is there? Where did Joe go to law school? Joe went to Fordham. Fordham's a good law school. Where else? I'm trying to think of other people, but yeah, there you go. The Knowles suck. Yeah. Ben Shapiro was in law too. Yeah, well, good for him. Gosney went to Washington Lee. Yeah, it's a good one. Didn't Barnes go to Yale? Yeah. Didn't Mindset go to University of Florida? I think he did. I'm not sure. Yeah, Cynthia's lonely. She comes here to get attention. I know she does. Alex says I'm punching out later. Yep. Legal Bites went to UT Austin. Yeah, she went to University of Texas. That's a good one. Lawn Lumber went to Home Depot. Oh. Let's see here. Joe went to the tunnels. Oh. Joe did not go to the... He didn't go to the New Mexico School of Mines. Barnes didn't go... He went to Yale for his undergrad. I think, at least. He went to Wisconsin. Okay, I don't know. Let's see here. EDB went to Cal State Long Beach. Yeah. So there we go. Let me see. I think that's everything. Joe got his... I'm not saying that Demon's Wrath. No. Rub your nose some more. I plead the fifth as I went to DeVry. Yeah, well, there's all places to go. Oh, Robert Glock, I'm just taking. Well, you have the Booty Warrior there. I'm assuming you're not being serious. If the Booty Warrior is your avatar, it's hard to go, this guy's serial. I'm just a little tired, so I'm kind of coasting here a little bit, just taking the piss a bit. Impressive accomplishment to graduate from any ABA school. Well, your friends say it could be better to attend a lesser known school where you want to practice than a big name out of state school. Well, here's the thing with that. It all depends what you're looking to do. Yes, going to a top 20 school or T14 that's like the real cutoff line. Yes, resources, networking, all that. But if you go to any, city, and the closest law schools are going to be generally where people come from. So like in Cleveland, the Cleveland area, you're going to have a lot of people that went to Cleveland State. You're going to have people that went to Ohio State or Capital. This is generally how it goes. And if you're out in the southeastern Michigan, Northwest Ohio area, you're going to have people that went to like Toledo, that went to Ohio Northern, that went up to Michigan, University of Michigan, that went to one in Detroit. It all depends where you're at. You're going to have regional in your region. That's going to be more of the things where people are from. So it all depends what you want to do. They have their differences, and I mean, at the end of the day, it's like Kamala Harris went to fucking Harvard, Barack Obama went to Harvard. There's a lot of supposedly smart fucking people who are attorneys that went to really good schools and are fucking idiots. So, yeah, just saying. But no, I figured you were a robot Glock, not Robert Glock. But yes, I figured the Booty Warrior you were kind of being a smartass. Ben Shapiro is a non-practicing lawyer. Yes, but he's a toolbox. Is Cynthia still opening her cock holster? Yeah, because there's no cock in it. It's a holster looking for a cock. Fleece Johnson really liked the booty. I mean, hey, some people do. Some people do. You're leaking shit. Cynthia, don't mistake me for your own asshole there. I haven't leaked a thing. Suffer, Cynthia, suffer. Fleece was a warrior. Just like Pericles. Just like Pericles and Alexander. Fleece is up there now. If they could rewrite the Grenadiers' March, they would include him in it. What happened with the whole Aussie Overlord PS5 secured thing? A bunch of dumb shit happened, and Hayden has one of his fans was being a retard. That's what it was. That's the best way I can paraphrase it. Booty's more potent than drinking water. And I can see why some days it is more important than drinking water. Yes, they're skull and bones, yes. Oh, that's all bullshit at the end of the day. I don't see that being true at all. That's why I said I'm not going to say anything more about it. Hayden had a fucking crazy lady as a fan, and when him and Vices and whoever else all went to Vegas, she acted like a crazy person. So, yeah, that's what I believe happened. He broke her hip. No. Oh. You guys are being ridiculous. Yeah, he took it personally. Well, some people take getting, I can understand that. The way that lady was saying shit, I understand getting pissed off about it. It took it very personally. You know, I can see that. Hayden is a sensitive guy, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but like he takes things very personally. Half-Fire says, "Is it over now?" Yeah, we are wrapping up, chat. We're trying to land this. We're trying to land this. Iceman says, Wayne asked this, but I missed it. Why does 3/4 of Law 2 have beef with Robert Barnes? I didn't have beef with Barnes until this whole thing happened. You know, he comes running around like, oh, this is all a First Amendment retaliation thing because Nick's speaking power and the government hates him. And it's like, he just fucking runs his mouth at times and makes shit up and then it doesn't work or pan out. You know, and he's like, oh, I was involved in this or that and it didn't work. It's like, yes, he's involved in like everything and nothing ever works. I mean, but like I said, the biggest thing was the whole Nick thing. And then he starts like coming at me and screaming at me like I'm legal mindset. He doesn't even know who the fuck I am. But yeah, like, because he was talking like a retard in this Nick thing. That's why. Are we going all night? No, we're not going all night. Yes, he called me for being an anime fan. That really hurt my feelings. Don't land, pull up. No, we're landing this. All right, guys, we are. Keep leaking because a dummy screamed at you. I mean, like, okay. I'll keep doing what I've been doing. So, is this like dormant commerce clause leaking, where by not leaking you are leaking? Is there like a leaking version of Wickard v. Filburn? If that's the case, then I guess that's what I'm doing. Garrison says, "Am I back on Twitter?" Yes, I am. And Super Wiener, remember for 5 months, says, "Huffing Miami snow is a protected First Amendment act." Yes. Yes. Yes, it is 100% protected. You shall do it. All right, chat. So yeah, that's it, guys. We don't have Formula One this week because they are on holiday break. We had Spa last week, and that's it for now for about a month or so. So there's no Formula One tomorrow, guys. Sleep in, go do other stuff. And yeah, tomorrow afternoon we'll probably get started on some Young Thug stuff, or yeah, see what I can put together for that in the meantime. Rocky says, terrain, pull up. Oh, no, we're past that. We're to like the missile warning stage.
Chaff, flare, out, chaff, flare, low, jammer.
Yeah, we're past pull up. We're Nick's dodging Sam's right now. And he's burning through his chaff and flares. He's smacking the doorbell on the side of his cockpit, just dumping flares. Nick isn't adding you to the polycule cover, Cynthia. It's over. It's over for you. I know. Her attempt to get in the cover failed. John Coleman says you cannot land. Accept this money into the proverbial thong. John, I appreciate it, but we are landing, sir. Please put your tray tables in the upright and locked position. And, sir, please shut off all electronic devices. Thank you. Bahrain says, why would you chaff and flare at the same time? I don't necessarily know, like, what missile is being fired at me. I know I'm being hit by a radar, but I also might have a heat-seeking missile in the air. There might be a man-pad threat. I don't know. There's also, some of those are set pre-programmed where when you hit it, you can do chaff or flare, but if you hit the emergency one, it does both. Now, I will say I only know that part because I've watched CW Lemoyne, and he's talked about that when you hit the doorbell on the side of the cockpit. It'll throw both because sometimes that's the preset. Yes, Nick is not the F-16 in the Gulf War dodging 6 SAMs. Oh, I know. He's going down. We're landing this plane like a zero into a troop transport. Oh, no. And Palmyra Productions gifted 5 memberships. Yes. Jerry says, we're in the air crash investigation stage. Yes, we're back in the hangar piecing the airplane together. We've dried out the black box and we're starting to listen to it. Yes. Jamie says bonsai. Now that is cool when you there's this video, this clip of the Emperor of Japan shows up to something like 10 years ago, and one like people are cheering for him, then all of a sudden one guy screams like bonsai, and it's a room of like 20, 30,000 people just screaming bonsai all at once. It's like crazy as shit. Yeah. Judge Maddie says, eat the bugs. Yes. Well, don't eat the bugs. Mix up your fertilizer. Instead of eating the bugs, mix up your fertilizer, chat. Remember, heating oil is the best. Peter says, Ward Carroll. Yeah, I like Ward, but he gets on the Ukraine ball-licking train really hard, and I don't like that about him. This man got on stream within 60 minutes. Yeah, because I saw it on the farms. Like, oh, like, yes. Hey, Cynthia, here. I'm Minnesota Public Records. Yep, I drove all the way to Minnesota and downloaded everything. It's me, Cynthia. It's me. The phone call is coming from inside the house. Can Nick ask for a trial by combat and make Alec Baldwin his champion? Yes. Yes. A Mobile says, thanks for covering this with us. Yeah. And guys, if you're new here, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate, you guys just asking questions. Obviously, you guys send a super chat. I truly appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. But yeah, being here, I really do appreciate. Thank you for being here, guys. Yeah, when other stuff drops, like I normally won't drop for like basic bitch filings. If there's like a motion to suppress or a motion to dismiss that comes out, we'll definitely cover that. Something crazy goes down, I'll definitely be jumping on it. But these transcripts, I do think these are very important because remember, just reading through them, we learned so much. Reading through them, you learned so much about the case. You're learning about what's going on. Remember, you could take the transcript from Thursday that I looked at and the transcript from today and put them together. Like you can't read them as a story, but the facts you can pull out of A and the facts you can pull out of B tell you a ton of things. It tells you a ton of things. We learned so much now. Yes, the transcripts. Yes. Yeah, so you get trans when you open them up. So, guys, yes, that's Plead the Fifth says MN Records has been dropping something every time Nick streams has began. Shh. Let's Cynthia have her fever dream here. She's riding high on the wine and Xannies. Let her just go with it. Let her riff. Let her riff. But that's why we can pull all this stuff. Nick's saying it's all bullshit. Don't believe it. It's like literally the parties in this are talking and nobody's objecting to the facts. So we're establishing facts as we read through it. As he would say. Are these transcripts official or leaked? Nick is inferring some shouldn't be public. They are available public access at a term. You can go to courthouses in Minnesota and access everything, apparently. So, no, they're not illegal. They are allowed to be there, it looks like. So, which is really weird to me because if you just walked up and started to, like, you can't just get access to this stuff in other courthouses. Like here in Ohio, the juvenile stuff is not on a computer. But it's weird in Minnesota that it's all on a computer. But, oh well. It sounds like somebody did it. And Aaron says, do you need me to hit up some courthouses for you? No. No. MN Public Records is doing God's work. I appreciate the offer, though. What I think is happening is MN downloaded a shitload of it, like Josh and I were talking about. And he's just got a whole Rolodex of like, oh, this is a good one. And he throws a card out on the table. I'd wear Baldo in court for good luck. Yeah. And Bernie says, "You are absolutely bullshit lying. Fuck off." Yes. Yes. Yes, the guy who's getting these is the real hero. I know. Not all heroes wear capes. Yes, somebody, parentheses, parentheses, parentheses. I know, the Mossad. All right, guys. So that is it. You should say that line in your high-pitched Ricada voice. My voice is a little tired tonight. It's like Christmas every time Nick streams. I know. But hey, Nick caught MN slipping a little bit today, but I understand it. You can't be on like watch all the time, ready to go. And I'm sure MN was like joy in the afternoon, because who thought Nick was going to stream on a Friday, or I mean a Saturday, and the dog, it's a Saturday. Like, Nick has never streamed like Saturday afternoons. I don't think. I mean, really, not like unless it's been in the middle of stuff. So this was kind of like one that he skated under the radar, but I mean, when MN got back, was like, all right, bam, he throws it in the fight. Nick's never been awake at this time before. MN Public Records has a busy schedule as a local judge. Yes. This Judge Fisher, she's like, I'll take care of it. Yeah, guys, so that's it. That is it. So good night, everybody, and I will see you guys tomorrow. And I'm hoping there's another record of I hope. Oh, I truly hope we before long are once again encountering those magic words. An interesting new matter, public record, is attached. So take care, chat. Good night. And yes, we'll play you guys out. And thank you all for being here if you're new. And I hope I see you guys around again coming forward. We do this all the time. Cover all kinds of fun legal related stuff. Normally criminal.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy Rick hated yelled at?